Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We were supposed to be playing Clue tonight, but hardly anybody has Clue, and that makes me very sad. So tonight we're doing, yeah, we might play some Clue later on just me and Kevin with some bots. Aw. The bots are actually not that stupid if you turn up their intelligence a little bit. I don't know. I've been having a lot of fun playing with them, because they're, well, yeah, but yeah. On subject, please hot dog by as we watch through Cosmonaut Variety Hour's first two Marvel Cinematic Universe all movies reviewed and ranked videos. Phase 1, Part 1 covers all of Phase 1. Part 1 covers all of Phase 1, and Part 2 covers all of Phase 2 and part of Phase 3. And, this is only 27 minutes and 7 seconds for Thor, Iron Man, Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America, all 6 movies of MCU Phase 1. I have a feeling this isn't going to be particularly in-depth. I have a feeling this isn't going to be particularly good in terms of a review. I know these reviews from Reputation. I specifically want to watch the one that's at the very end of Part 2, because I have a feeling that Kevin and I are both going to dislike it for completely different reasons. Alright. Yeah, I was gonna say. No.
With the Marvel Universe. And you know what?
Hang on. I gotta rewind because I forgot to turn on the audio for this. Gonna bring that audio
Guys,
down.
Uncle Cosmonaut here. Now, I'm gonna level with you guys right now. Last year, I planned on making a video titled Why the Marvel Universe Sucks, or...
Okay, so... Hang on, what the fuck is this? Look at his laptop screen. What the f... Why the fuck do you have that? And seriously, dude, turn down the vocal fry. It's really fucking irritating. You don't sound like Solid Snake, you just sound like a pretentious idiot.
or the problem with the Marvel Universe. And you know
Yeah.
what? Something magical happened to me.
See, I'm actually planning on making a review like this too, except I'm going to be doing one video for every movie of the MCU, and, I'm also planning on doing one video for every, DC animated film as well. But I'm going to make each of them around the length of this video. So, yeah. Batman Blad Blood is a dumbass movie for shitty fucking jerks.
I had so much to say. I was gonna talk about how all these movies are the same.
You had so much to say. You were going to talk about how all of these movies are the same, and you had so much to say, and yet you made a 27-minute video on more than 10 hours of content.
Also unoriginal, but
Oh, he does.
I couldn't do it. You wanna know why? Because I saw Infinity War 4 times. And you know what?
What? How would that... Okay, hang on. Marcus, why would seeing Infinity War change your mind about the other movies if you didn't like them? Did you finally see the light? Or are you, like... have you seen the error of your sinful ways and have decided to repent and follow the one true Shadow God? Or the one true Iron God? He's... Oh my fucking god, of course. Of course he fucking did. Okay, that's great.
I'd probably see...
Kevin, it's been 5 years. I've forgotten a lot of things about 2019. 2020 was hell for me. Yeah.
See it a fifth time. Yeah. If anybody wants to go see it with me, I'm free all weekend. So you know what? I'm not feeling mean today.
I don't want to go see any movies with you, Marcus. You're...
Do something different.
Why do you have the Zoomer haircut? Can you not just, like, finish the haircut? Do you have to leave everything on top of a big old mop so that somebody can walk up and grab you by the forehead? Do you reckon that's what she has to do to get him to eat her out? Oh.
Today we're gonna be nice. Or
Today we're going to be nice, okay.
we're gonna try our best to be nice. So you know what? Today we are going to review every single Marvel Cinematic Universe movie ever made. On this little flash drive here, I have all of the movies.
What? Hang on. Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Even the ones I don't really like that much. Now before...
Like, hang on. I gotta... This video came out in 2018, right? Yeah, because he's seen it... Because he's talking about Infinity War as having come out right then. So, yeah, no. The price of a flash drive that would hold all those movies in relatively decent quality is more than it would cost for the Blu-ray drive and the Blu-ray copies of all of the, films.
Before we start, I'm going to have to set some rules, okay? So listen up. I'm going to be going in release order. That means we're going to go from Iron Man 1 all the way to Black Panther. No,
okay, that's good.
Because I literally reviewed that movie like a week ago. Now, yeah, I did review Black
Panther. Yeah, you'll be doing Infinity War later.
The other movies, but we're going to be revisiting them to see if my opinion has changed at all, because
I
only watched most of these movies one time. I've never really gone back to rewatch any of them.
And you call yourself a movie critic, but then again, you didn't watch The Amazing Spider-Man 2 because it had a song you hated. Like, Oh, hang the fuck on. Where the hell... Okay, Kevin, speak up again.
Speaking.
Okay, that's great. So, well, apparently, for the last 5 minutes, Discord hasn't been picking you up. When I piped in the audio from Chrome, it apparently muted you.
That's stupid.
That's great. Thank you, OBS. But
anyway,
yeah, I have a slightly janky setup. I have each application audio captured separately. But yeah, so if you're wondering what Kevin was saying earlier when I said yeah he does, that was in reference to yeah, Cosmo, who is anti-Mauler. Mauler is long man bad, and Cosmo apparently also said some dumbass bullshit about Vic Mignogna back in 2019. Frankly, I'm not surprised, but you know, it's been 5 years and I don't remember shit anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, Cosmo, well, apparently, only watches movies once. And, you know, while I do criticize that choice of music in The Amazing Spider-Man, and, like, pick a fucking song that he'd listen to, he wears a fucking Ramones t-shirt. He's got, rock and roll records all over his room. Put a fucking rock song on. Put something from the 80s or 70s or fuck a Beatles song. I'm gonna stop relitigating this.
This is gonna be the longest video yet. So let's start things off and dive right into Iron Man 1. Iron Man 1 actually isn't really that bad. I mean,
of course.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course, fucking not.
I never really liked Iron Man that much. I don't even
why?
like him in the comics. I'll be reading New Avengers, and it's all dark and depressing. And Tony Stark's over here making jokes and ruining everybody's mood. Listen,
oh my!
Gotta grow up. Tony Stark is a huge asshole, and it took the movies like 8.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. I totally believe that Marcus had all of the MCU films on a flash drive that could be that fucking small in 2019 because, or Yeah, 2018, because take a look at how busted this fucking video quality is.
Oh, yeah?
I know we're on watch
This
together, and
is
that
like...
crunches the video up too, but dear fucking god, this macro blocking.
Yeah.
8 years to figure this out. Now, this is before the Marvel movies got all quippy and jokey, so instead of being funny...
What?
Tony's kind of just a jackass.
He's a funny jackass.
Yeah,
There
that's
are
his
still...
whole point.
Marcus, there are still jokes in Iron Man 1 and 2. In fact, Iron Man 1 kind of sets the tone.
Good God, you're a woman. When I saw this movie, I did not like it at all. But I was also
Wow, you're
15 at the
stupid.
time, I think.
You were
Yeah,
15?
You were about as young as I was when I saw it, and you were stupid. You were fucking stupid,
I
Marcus.
was 11 when that movie came out. I loved it.
I vividly remember me and my grandmother going to see that when she was up visiting from Florida, and we both loved that movie.
Yeah. Um, Cosmo
And
just...
I already knew
Cosmo's
about Iron
constantly
Man
out here
because
just revealing his shitty taste.
yeah,
Like, we learn
he's
more
like,
about...
here's my taste. Here's
Yeah.
my awful taste. Look at it, people. Look at it as though I dropped my pants and showed my micro dick.
Yeah, we learn more about how his shitty taste in film from his reviews than we actually do from any of the fucking reviews he puts out about the movies. Jesus Christ.
I'm not going to do the math. So I wasn't nearly as critical about movies back then. But to be honest, that's not really fair, because this movie is actually decent. Watch.
Decent, yeah, okay.
This movie in today's current context is actually pretty fun. In the new movies, Tony's basically fucking invincible. He's got robots.
No, he's not.
He never seems to be in much danger. Compare this to the first scene of this movie where we can...
So that might have something to do with the fact that he's been working on shit and building things up. Like, there's reasons for all of this.
Yeah, legitimate reasons.
Like, yeah.
Like,
oh my god.
like in that movie, he was clearly just fed up with the fact that Pete's been flat out lying to him. I mean, he's like,
Yeah.
"Hi, Spider-Man," and
Yeah,
I'm like, "Yeah, Tony, I understand why you're pissed off. This, like, I get the impression throughout the movie Pete was kind of learning to tone down the gung-ho attitude that he ended up developing after the high he got from Civil War, but that's a story for another time. Let's keep going."
yeah.
Can clearly see
Also, apparently Cosmo likes that movie.
how he
I
reacts
know.
when he's in a helpless
I know.
situation. He doesn't even need to put his suit on in the new movies. It's because it's like grafted onto his skin and shit, like in the...
Okay, no, that's not how that works. That's not how that fucking works. No. Marcus, I know you've read the comics.
The bleeding edge suit works.
Well, that is how the bleeding edge suit works in the comics, but it's not how it works here.
It out said it was fucking nanotech.
Pepper,
Nano machines, son.
Fucking nanomachines. How do they work?
Comics. So it makes scenes like this a lot of fun to revisit. Remember when it took him a while to get everything done? Remember when he could barely fucking fly? I mean, I think the new Iron Man stuff is pretty cool, but I've also grown an appreciation for this movie just because it's really cute in comparison. Plus, the story.
Cute in comparison. This is one of those... I would love it if you would elaborate, because here's the thing. You have, hypothetically, infinite time to make your point. Just tell me what you mean by the things you say, Marcus. Because this is one of those reasons why I fucking hate traditional movie reviewers, because they say shit like this and then don't explain goddamn anything. Nothing. This doesn't tell me anything about the movie. This doesn't tell me anything about what the purpose of the film is, and it doesn't tell me what he means. He just says a thing and moves on and expects me to know what the fuck he's talking about. It's like when people say
Oh,
something is boring in a movie and then don't bother explaining why. Is it repetitive? Does it drag on longer than it needs to? What? Tell me. And then they don't do that
Artie,
because they have 5
Artie.
minutes to talk about a goddamn film.
Story is also engaging, to a certain degree. The first act takes its time telling the story about how Tony breaks out of his captivity. It takes him a long-ass time before he gets back to America, and that's a good thing. It makes the situation feel more desperate and dire. Tony returning to society with a new outlook on life offers a good little character arc for him. Plus, we get a lot of scenes about him making his first suit. Remember in superhero movies when we had montages of the hero making their costume and training?
Yes, and I have a feeling you're going to eat those words by the time we see Spider-Man Homecoming, but whatever.
I
Yeah.
miss that shit. Also, real quick, I love the scene when he goes back to the Middle East just to exact his revenge on the terrorists who kidnapped him earlier in the movie. Like, he goes fucking nuts. He's a
No, that's not him exacting his revenge. That's him. He doesn't just do that because he was wronged, Cosmo. Like,
He did that because he was looking at the news and seeing how other people were still being terrorized by the terrorists and decided, you know what? I got the technology. I'm going to go over there and beat their asses.
Yeah, it's in the fucking scene. It's in the fucking scene. We can see it happen. He's sitting there and he's like, he got the notice from the reporter lady, right? And she says, "Oh, I guess you weren't so serious about that statement you made. You're just being all big for the cameras." And he sees the shit that's going on in the news and he's like, "Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to fucking kick some ass." It's not about him. It's about them. It's about the people who are over there getting their asses kicked. The people like Yinsen. Remember that?
There's nothing. There's nothing to sign. There's no charity. There's only the next mission.
Yep.
I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but you get the idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy's dead too. Fucking deserved it.
And that is because the third act is fucking horrible. The last
Cosmo, I'm gonna ask you to step outside real quick. I've got a,
Oh, and don't worry. No, don't worry about the gun here. It's paintballs. Trust me.
Oh, but they'll
It's
leave
loaded with.
they'll leave a giant fucking bruise, Marcus. Don't you worry.
Oh, you'll look very colorful.
I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna hurt you, real bad.
In Minecraft.
Yes.
chunk of
Anyway.
this movie goes down the toilet pretty hard.
No, it doesn't.
Of giant robot Jeff Bridges. This movie drops the
Ironmonger.
Jeff Bridges the main villain. His motivations are there, yeah, but this isn't the kind of movie that needed a big dumb supervillain in a giant robot suit.
Yes, it fucking did. How the hell... Cosmo, what... explain yourself, please. I have a feeling you're not going to.
His plan also makes absolutely no sense.
No, his plan made perfect sense, and then he was pushed to the breaking point because they were onto him. And S.H.I.E.L.D. was onto him.
They were onto him, and unfortunately, the people he had tried to make the arc reactor to power the Ironmonger suit weren't able to recreate the technology.
Yeah, like, come the fuck on, guys. Like, this is all laid out in the film.
Yeah.
I'm getting, this is like the people, I don't...
That's because he doesn't have a plan.
He didn't, of course he doesn't have a plan. His plan went to hell.
Yeah, his plan...
And then he jumps in the suit and he tries to kill Tony and Pepper Potts.
That is a giant oversimplification of a incredibly easily understood plot, Marcus.
He also tries to kill a car full of innocent people.
No, he was using the car as a fucking weapon against Tony because he was out of options. Jesus Christ.
He wants to take over Tony's company, but doing stuff like this is just gonna get you sent to prison.
He was already going to prison because Pepper found the fucking documents that proved he was the one who had tried to have Tony assassinated, and she handed all that over to S.H.I.E.L.D. This is in the fucking movie, Marcus.
What are you What are you trying to do? Now, this is a problem that a lot of these movies have.
No! 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 You are not showing a picture of the first Avenger when saying that this is a problem that most of these movies have. This is a war!
We're being honest.
Yeah.
Most of the Marvel movies in this video are going to fall victim to the shitty, messy third act delay.
Okay, so there's this whole allegory of addiction and thrill chasing that is present within the Incredible Hulk with regards to Blonsky that I have a feeling that you're probably going to miss. And I'm not a big fan of allegory myself, but here's the thing. It's actually fairly well done because Blonsky...
and it makes perfect sense within the context of the film.
Bingo. Blonsky gets his, he gets his first little upgrade, and he's like, holy shit, this feels great. And then he keeps going, and he keeps going, and he keeps going, and it goes to the point where he's destroying Harlem.
Yeah.
So we're going to make a code name for it from here on out. We're going to call this the evil robot Jeff Bridges problem.
That is the weirdest nostalgia critic joke I've ever seen in my life, Kevin. Because, big-lipped alligator moment, you kind of understand that, but this metaphor is fucked. This metaphor doesn't make any sense.
Really doesn't.
Or the ERJB for short. So anyway,
Nope.
Despite the shitty last chunk of this movie, I think it's a pretty fun flick. It's got some interesting characters. Coulson's...
You have spent 5 minutes summarizing a 2-hour film, and you've got massive problems with your summary. I spent 10 minutes summarizing a 2-hour film, and I had basically 0 problems. I think I only made 1 mistake, and that was mostly just because, I didn't know that they were filming in the volume rather than green screening, although it's the same fucking thing.
It's actually really important, which is weird, but it's...
I know it's not in practice, but come on.
Chemistry in this movie out of the whole series.
Are you sure about that? Because they're really good in Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
Especially in the deleted scenes. And then and heart breaks when she thinks he's dead in Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
Come on. Actually, hang on. You've seen Infinity War and Spider-Man Homecoming now. So you know that's not true, Marcus.
Yeah, hell, when Pepper comes back in Spider-Man Homecoming, it's like, well, where have you... Oh, you're back. And she's like, where's the kid? And
Guess who's
Tony's
back?
like, well, we got...
Back
And Tony's
again.
like, well, we gotta give him something. And then he's just like, you know what? We're gonna announce we're getting married. I thought that was a really funny bit.
That was a good bit. Alright, so Marcus is wrong in 5 minutes. Let's see what... By the way, this has been 5 minutes. There was 2 minutes of intro and an additional 3 minutes for Iron Man. We're not off to a good start.
Sequences, and this movie has probably my third favorite ending in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Okay, I can understand that, but I'm going to need you to explain that reasoning.
Only because they end this movie with Iron Man by Black Sabbath.
That is incredibly superficial. Thank you, Cosmo. Yeah, I don't know.
They didn't have to do that, but they did that.
Yeah.
That for us. 7 out of 10.
It was also in the video game. I love the fucking Iron Man video game, especially that segment where you play as the Phase 1 suit. Why are you drinking Pabst Blue Ribbon? Yeah, the Incredible Hulk is actually pretty good.
The Incredible Hulk is probably the most out-of-place movie in the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I'm going to need you to qualify that statement, Cosmo. Because I've seen the rest of the MCU, and it's definitely not.
No!
I happen to know that at this point in time, you've seen Thor Ragnarok.
Alex, he actually likes that movie, keep in mind.
Yeah, I remember seeing The Only Problem with Thor Ragnarok video pop up when I was looking for this, and that film is worse than Spider-Man 3. That film is worse than The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
For obvious reasons. It's the only one made by Universal.
You said for obvious reasons, and then said it's the only one made by Universal. That has nothing to do with any of this.
It has a super weird tone throughout. throughout.
And has a super weird tone throughout because it's quasi-horror like the Incredible Hulk comics always were. I thought you were a comic book guy, Cosmo. Do you not know?
The movie, which makes it not feel like the rest of the movies in Phase 1.
Okay, what is that, a negative or a positive? Because people talk about how the MCU all feels the same nowadays, and now, like, you're talking about the film being different as though it's a negative aspect, even though it's, this is the only horror film the MCU has had.
Edward Norton was obviously replaced by Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk for the rest of the movies, and I
Right.
think that's probably a good thing.
No, it wasn't.
No, it's not.
Especially in hindsight, and especially considering how Mark Ruffalo appears to have gone off of drinking water in the last few years, because his voice sounds more and more like this as time goes on, and it's really starting to irritate me, especially around the time She-Hulk comes around.
Now, Norton
Yeah, and it's like he's just given up.
Yeah.
Forgettable.
No, he's not. He's Bruce Banner. He disappears into the role, like he always does.
Really not bringing anything interesting to the table.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Please qualify this statement, Cosmo. You're not going to, are you?
His line delivery is kind of flat and boring.
He's a fucking nerd who's attempting to maintain his goddamn self. If he gets too emotional, the big green man comes out. The Jolly Green Giant Rex shit.
The Jolly Green Dickless Giant. His model doesn't have the bulge.
This is a comedy film.
In this movie, he's just playing a guy.
That's the whole point.
Oh.
Bruce Banner he was a research scientist. He was trying to... Oh my god,
He was trying to recreate
Cosmo,
the super soldier serum under the He was trying to research the super soldier serum under the command of Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, but then that turned him into the Hulk because of how unstable it was with the gamma radiation.
Yeah.
Like a normal guy. The good thing about Mark Ruffalo is that he adds a vulnerability and a bit of mystery to the character. He adds a little bit of Dr. Jekyll to the role, if you know.
Okay, so I understand that the Incredible Hulk is kind of like a modern-day allegory to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, done in, a superhero context, but, I'm failing to understand the comparison here, because there was a there were aspects of Dr. Jekyll where, when he was attempting to not let the monster out in this, like, throughout that was a running theme throughout the entire fucking that was a running plot throughout the entire fucking movie.
But Edward Norton is playing a regular fucking guy.
Yes, Dr. Jekyll was a regular guy who thought he'd discovered something cool and then created something terrible.
Also, Tim Roth is in this movie, and he kills a dog.
Yeah,
Now,
that's...
we're supposed to believe that Tim Roth is this highly trained super soldier, but then we...
No, he wasn't a super soldier. He was a regular soldier. He was a regular soldier who was starting to get old and age out.
See him with his shirt off, and he has a serious case of dad bod.
No, he has a serious case of he's like 40-something, and that's what a lot... I know former Special Forces guys, and this tends to be kind of what they look like.
Yeah.
Both former and current, and like, okay, so the guys who are seriously jacked, like those tend to be the young guys. These guys are still capable. It's just that they're not as big. And also, spoiler warnings, some of the younger guys who are really seriously fucking jacked, like they're shredded to the gills, some of them are on some kind of steroids. It's just shit that happens overseas. Tim Roth is perfectly realistic as an aging Special Forces operative. This is part of the reason why he takes the fucking serum.
One weird thing about this movie that I should probably mention is that the soundtrack is actually strangely good. Strangely
good. Okay, is that... Cosmo has such a strange way of saying everything he says.
Hiding in Brazil, the soundtrack
Yeah.
uses a lot of unique percussion during the tense scenes.
Okay. Yeah, I would have liked to have heard more of this as time goes on.
The soundtrack that straight up make the movie more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, they actually used segments of the Lonely Man theme from the TV show, which I thought was a really nice touch.
Yeah.
This
I
is one of the
felt it
best.
too.
Yeah, this is one of the best soundtracks in the entire MCU, and they. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. In the entire MCU, and they never reprised that. Please continue with the video.
All right.
It's sad that people didn't watch this movie because the soundtrack's actually pretty good.
People did watch the movie. Problem is, not enough people did, and plus, unfortunately, this was the lowest office wise in terms of the MCU films. That doesn't make it a bad movie. That just makes it a movie that not a lot of people saw,
A
even though
highly
it's
underrated one.
connected.
I
Yeah.
will be right back. I've got to run downstairs and grab something.
All right. Here we
It's
are.
like the only good thing about the movie, if we're being honest. So anyway, let's talk about the actual content of the movie. The worst thing about this movie, and you've probably noticed already, the effects are shit. They look like garbage.
No, this Hulk actually looks like a fucking monster compared to the Hulk of nowadays, who looks like just some jolly green douchebag. This guy actually looks like a menace.
Now, yeah, I expected some of these movies to have pretty dated effects, but most of them actually looked pretty good, except for this one. Now, the effect is worse when put next to normal footage, and I'm not talking about having CGI ugly Hulk next to Arwen. That's obviously going to look bad. But whenever the shot changes between an entirely CG shot to a
Alright, I'm back.
natural shot, it's really weird looking. It's
So
And
Marcus,
explain
I'm gonna
how
say
it's weird.
I'm gonna say that that's your problem here, buddy, because your
Yeah.
file looks like shit. I have this film on
It
UHD
does.
and Blu-ray, and I've
Same
seen the
here.
DVD copy. It looks fine,
Yeah,
especially
looks
for a movie
fine.
that's over a decade old at this point.
Uh-huh. Anyway, first let's proceed.
Honestly, this movie's at its best when Hulk isn't fucking in it, which is a bummer because
What?
it's a Hulk movie. It's also a bummer because the actors aren't doing a very good job. I don't really feel comfortable calling Liv Tyler a bad actress because I haven't really seen her in anything except for that one movie.
Lord of the Rings.
However, she is just
She was in-
horrible in.
She was in Lord of the Rings. She was also in Armageddon. She was fucking amazing in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Everybody was.
This film.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for you to explain why she's horrible in this film, Cosmo.
She like
Okay. I mean, like, what... Cosmo just does shit like this, where he picks out one fucking line and claims that that's a... You remember what he did with fucking Superman, where he isolated the, a fucking ADR line from Cavill and tried to say it was terrible delivery?
Yeah.
whispers all of her fucking lines in this breathy, airy voice. But then there's this really hilarious scene where she just starts screaming out of nowhere.
That was not out of nowhere.
What? It's so out of character for her.
No. Oh my god. Do you actually watch movies, Cosmo, or do you just see
No.
clips?
He just does what
it
Jeremy
seems like
Scott
you
does.
fade. Because it seems like your conscious mind fades in and out while you're watching this stuff. So you don't get that, yeah, this is in character, because this cab driver is fucking crazy. He's out to make some crazy money. Because, like, he's doing shit that would make a regular person get crazy, and he's got the Incredible Hulk in his back seat. Now, Bruce can't get angry about that because he'll turn green.
Yes, and when he turns into the Jolly Green Giant.
Now, Elizabeth over here, she absolutely can. And
Yeah.
she's probably scared out of her mind for a couple of reasons and is taking that out on him. This all makes sense perfectly in the context of the film. Just fucking watch the movie, Marcus. Did you
He
hang
doesn't
on?
like
Did Marcus
doing that.
Marcus only ever watch these movies once originally? Did he only watch them once when he was making this fucking video?
Probably.
Too. Like, this is the only time she screams. It's really weird.
She's raising her voice there, Marcus. That was... You just showed her screaming. Oh my god, you're fucking stupid.
It's a weird movie. Like, overall, this whole movie's just weird. There's this really odd scene where the two main villains are talking, and nobody's mouths are moving.
How do you feel? Good to see you back on your feet, soldier. Thank you, sir.
What the fuck is up with...
I'd have to go back and watch this because I think he's monkeyed with the footage a little bit.
There's also a shitload of
You
fan service
did?
that's kind of obnoxious.
Hi, Lou Ferrigno.
Shitload of fan service and it's obnoxious. Like, if you're gonna have a random scene with a random character, or why don't you have somebody who...
Like, they thought people were gonna go into this movie and lose their shit if they saw him holding up a pair of purple pants.
Oh my god. People actually think like this.
Yeah. That's part of why people like Cosmonaut and Jeremy Scott end up affecting film criticism.
God, this is
Because
amazingly stupid.
It is.
Like, I am the fucking king of criticizing key jangling, where they're like saying, hey, you remember this, you remember this, you remember this? It's like, this is this, and this is that, and this is the other thing, but like, this is at least relevant.
Look how long this scene goes on for.
She bought him new pants. This is one segment of a larger scene.
Does kind of have an ERJB. Tim Roth turns into a giant fucking ghoul and he destroys the city, but it's actually sort of justified in the story.
Yeah, it was justified in Iron Man 2, so
because he's just kind of crazy. So this result doesn't even bother me that.
I mean, he was previously characterized as something of a thrill-seeking crazy guy earlier, or who wanted a taste of power, so...
However, the problem with the final battle is that it looks so bad that I can't even tell what the fuck is happening.
You can clearly see what the fuck is going on, Marcus. You're showing us what's going on.
Does he think every movie has the Transformers shaky cam problem?
Cosmo, have you ever considered maybe that movies are not for you, that maybe you should just start watching shorts on TikTok? Because you apparently don't have enough attention span to be able to follow things that are happening in films.
Half of the time.
Yeah.
I seriously can't make this shit up. One last thing worth noting, there is no post-credit scene for this movie. This is the only one without a post-credit scene. Tony Stark just shows up as the last scene. I guess they weren't that confident that they could get people to sit through the credits. So yeah, this movie's...
I mean, a lot of people missed the first credit scene from Iron Man, and myself included the first time they watched it.
Same.
So, you know.
It's fucking strange. Get drunk and watch it with your friends. 4 out of 10.
You are the man.
That was he called that stupid, and it's like Lou Ferrigno was the Hulk that 2 generations, 3 generations, because so there were the adults who watched that show at the time, the kids who watched the show at the time, and the kids who watched the reruns of that show on TV Land and MeTV and ReTV back in the day. And like Lou Ferrigno was a bunch of people's Hulk. He was the guy. He was to Hulk what Christopher Reeve was to Superman. Having him show up there isn't just bad fan service. It's like, you're the man. Yeah, he's the fucking man. Everybody thinks Lou Ferrigno's the fucking man. And
Yeah.
Iron Man 2 is fucking boring.
no, it's not. Okay, so Marcus, I'm gonna need you to put down the fucking beer for a second and stop drinking. You're gonna need to come back to this review when you're sober. Because clearly you don't remember enough things.
I don't have a lot to say about this one. It's probably the most forgettable movie in Phase 1.
Did he forget that Black Widow debuted in this movie?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, actually, hang on. Black Widow is in the next shot.
The most important elements are the introduction of Scarlett Johansson and Tony replacing his heart with a new heart.
No! War Machine is in this film! War Machine is in this movie!
And he's played by Don Cheadle, who would go on to play him in everything else he's in.
Don Cheadle is War Machine. The fucking Senate hearings with the Hydra guy? Hello? Anybody home, McFly?
Oh, and he doesn't replace his heart with another heart. He ends up creating a new element so that he doesn't have to rely on palladium anymore.
Yeah, he
because
literally
the palladium
invents...
was killing him.
Palladium poisoning is a real thing that happens in real life, too. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, circles. Triangles are my new best friends.
You put that in there so you could make that stupid fucking meme joke, didn't you?
So Mickey Rourke is in this movie.
Clearly.
And he's not doing a very good job.
Mickey Rourke is perfectly fine in this movie. He's not very good in The Expendables, but nobody is. That film is not very good.
You want a bird? I want my bird. I can get your bird. It's different. I want my bird.
There really isn't a lot.
Okay, so what of that clip? I want you to think about this for a second, Marcus. What part of that clip...
Think, Mark, think.
Think, Mark. Think!
Oh, just wait till we
It's funny
get to
that
episode
actually
of
works in
Invincible.
context. So seriously, think about what I'm supposed to learn from that clip that supports your point, Marcus. Because I don't see anything in that clip that really supports your claim, rather. Like, people say shit about, like, Mark Hamill has some bad line deliveries in the original Star Wars or whatever. Where it's like, okay, can you show me an example on why that doesn't work in context? It's like and then you get a random clip out of nowhere, where it's like, okay. Like, the Final Fantasy X laughing sequence is a good example of, like, that's everything that's wrong with that game in a nutshell as far as the performances go. Because even though they are kind of being awkward and forcing the laugh, the genuine laugh isn't much better, and the rest of the voice acting throughout that game kind of sucks. I'm sorry, James Arnold Taylor, I know you went through the Japanese version wasn't very good either.
It was worse.
Yeah. I know James Arnold Taylor did a lot of hard work on that, and I appreciate him putting his effort in.
He gets better. He gets better as Tidus later on in Dissidia and whatnot.
But, you are far better as Obi-Wan Kenobi than you are as Tidus.
A lot going on in this movie, if we're being completely honest. I actually like this.
Hi, Gary Shandling.
Yep.
Wreck, but that doesn't really last that long.
It lasts long enough for it to be a point in the film. Like, it doesn't get swept under the rug like some people like to forget about it. It's the fucking catalyst for War Machine existing. Granted, they don't do a whole lot with that, but that's not this film's fault.
These scenes are a lot of fun, but I feel like the rest of the story should have been more cleanly woven around these elements.
I mean, I can totally agree with that, but the rest of your complaints thus far have been complete bullshit.
It should have been a movie solely about Tony not trying to die of heart shrapnel.
Okay, but like, sure, let's go with that. Whereas once he gets the new heart built, once he gets the new arc reactor built, what happens then? And because if we don't have the rivalry with Hammer, or things don't go well later on in the film, because the film just ends about an hour of the way through. Like, I'm not saying that we absolutely have to contrive a plot around this stuff, but come on, man. And there are other things going on in this film, and it's perfectly fine.
That was really hard to say. Heart shrapnel. Heart. Instead, we
Heart shrapnel. Heart shrapnel. It's not that hard to say.
get this
Really
plot line
isn't.
about how the government is mad at him and Pepper is stressed at her new job.
No.
And Nick Fury is doing something.
Nick Fury is trying to put together the fucking Avengers.
That's why
Did
Tony
you
said,
miss
I
The
don't.
post-credit scene at the end of the movie? At the end of
And
the first
Tony
movie?
is like, Tony be like, I don't want to join your super secret boy band.
Yeah, that's and the hang on, I've got to back this up here because
This should have been a movie
let's see,
solely about Tony
only
not
about
trying to die of
Tony
heart
trying not to
shrapnel.
die of heart
That
shrapnel.
was really hard to say. Heart shrapnel. Heart. Instead, we get this stupid plot line
Heart
about how the government
shrapnel?
is mad at him and Pepper is.
Okay, so the government is mad at him, and that leads to them going with his rival, Justin Hammer. Justin Hammer then goes to Whiplash to have him build him some new shit so that they can unfuck the Hammer weapons platform. That leads into the conflict at the end of the film. That there's a line of cause and effect here.
Stressed at her new job.
And I know somebody bitched at me on Twitter for saying cause and effect, not setup and payoff, but cause and effect is a more useful bit of terminology because not everything that's set up and payoff is cause and effect. But cause and effect sets up and pays off.
No.
And Nick Fury is doing something, and this fucking guy is being a jackass the whole time.
Yes, Justin Hammer is the primary antagonist of the film. You may not have known that because you clearly didn't pay attention to the film.
Got this all the way from Russia.
And he's the main villain, and I hate him.
You feel
That's great. He's the main villain. You should hate him.
bad? Good. Because that's how I feel.
Now, probably my main problem with
Yeah, he's a jackass. News at 11.
this movie is the main conflict.
Crime wave in
I'm
Gotham.
trying to explain it because it's a little weird and it's kind of stupid. So the government gets mad at Tony because he owns a weapon of mass destruction, but he's
No, it's because he's been making their job obsolete, and he's a massive threat to the secret
Global
shadow
security.
government of Hydra and global security and all that shit.
like, it's okay. I'm the only guy who knows how to make Iron Man suits.
No, he demonstrates that the other people who are working on this shit are decades behind him and completely incompetent.
So you guys don't have to
Yeah.
worry about
Like, you can't take my fucking shit.
it. It's totally safe. So then the government is like, oh, okay, we believe you.
No, they don't. The people like Tony. The government is still at odds with him. This is... Oh
Stern
my-
literally said, "Fuck you, Tony."
Oh my god. Oh, this didn't happen in the film.
That makes sense. And
No,
leave
it-
him alone. First
Yeah, it clearly doesn't make sense. That's because you made it up.
of all, I don't know how many of you live in America, but
It's writing a
that's not
completely
how it
different
works.
movie.
Yes, thank you. I am aware that that's not how it works. That's not how it worked in the film either.
So then Mickey Rourke comes out and he attacks a bunch of people with his little whip machine.
No, he very specifically attacks Tony because Tony... Oh...
And the government's like, hey, Tony, you said nobody could make Iron Man technology. We're really mad at you right now. You were full of shit, and now we're pissed off. Except, like, his little whipping machine isn't really on the same level as an Iron Man suit. Like,
I mean, it kind of was, but not...
Tony basically says nobody's gonna have the resources and the skill to do what I do. And he was still right. So why are they mad at him? He wasn't...
No, they're using it as a fucking leverage point for the media.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
As
Cosmo
clearly has
is
not
one of the
heard
most
the concept.
naive human beings I have ever seen in my life.
he'd be that one dipshit from Alien vs Predator 2 who says the government would never lie to us. He literally would be.
Yeah, sounds about right.
lying.
He gets
So
blown
Whiplash
up
is
with the
curious
rest
to
of
get
the
revenge
city.
on Tony Stark,
I hope
so he
so.
goes out to the racetrack to kill
No,
Tony Stark.
actually, she actually
Tony
was
literally
there.
decided to go
Okay,
out
Or
on
good.
she
the
didn't
racetrack
choose
at
to leave with
last
the
minute. It
heroes.
was a spontaneous decision. How did Mickey Rourke know that Tony was going to be out there? So then Mickey
He's
Rourke
a-
makes this big ass Iron
Okay, hang on. So he's been following Tony. Tony is a fucking rock star superhero. Yeah, no, that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony's a public superhero, so everybody knows about, and everybody could find him where and people and
He's
and
a
anywhere he
he's an
goes, he's
enormous
gonna be
celebrity.
yeah, he's an enormous celebrity. Of course, people are gonna notice when he's out and about.
Captain Showboat.
Iron Man drone army, and they attack a bunch of people at Tony's big convention. So
It
realistically,
wasn't Tony's big. I mean, it was Tony's big convention, but it wasn't Tony's presentation.
people would be really
No,
fucking
it was
mad at Tony now,
Hammers.
because it looked like he was basically endorsing these things.
No, no, it didn't. Tony was trying to. Oh my God.
Before they turned on and went haywire. But no, everybody thanks him for stopping the
Yeah, that might have had something to do with the fact that he actually did. Oh my God, Cosmo.
evil robot threat, and the movie ends.
Mhm.
What? Why is everybody cool with this now? The government.
Senator Stern fucking pierced Tony's chest with a needle. He poked him with a fucking needle over this shit. And, like, they're still not on good terms with him. They're just forced to be because they, like, it was revealed that they were the ones who fucked up.
Literally just mad at Tony because he lied. So I don't know. This movie's
Mad at Tony because he lied about what?
What did he lie about, Marcus? What did he
Marcus,
lie about?
where did this point come from? You said he was right earlier. Marcus, I need you to explain that to me, because that
You're
doesn't make no
contradicting
sense.
yourself, Marcus. What are you doing, Marcus? What are you doing?
dumb and it's boring and has like 2 good scenes. All right, 4 out of 10. Let's.
That's the same rating he
Watch
gave The
more.
Incredible Hulk.
Yep.
And yet he layered more criticism at this than he did at that, but he is I'm not going to try and understand that.
I like this.
Whoa!
Another, please.
Halfway there. Oh, it's so fucking painful.
Because I really don't like this movie.
Okay, you're fucking stupid, but we already knew
Yes.
that.
And I do not say that lightly. Revisiting these movies has most
You definitely say it lightly because everything you say is said so lightly it's like a warm summer's breeze.
been charming and fun, but this movie
It's like he has one tone. This is
And
something
this-
that people have this is something people have gotten on me for, or when it comes to my voice, but the thing is
Well,
unlike
you're
Marcus,
emotive.
I would
You're
actually
far more
try.
emotive than he is.
Yes.
Like, you have-
exactly.
You have things to say and methods of saying them, and this is not like you're not just out here or saying whatever.
like I really wanted to turn it off. In this
Why is Thor boring to you, Marcus? Please explain to me.
movie, we watched Thor jerk off in the desert with Padme for 2 hours.
No, that's not what happens.
We don't see Chris Hemsworth dropping his pants and whipping out his junk and jerking it. While
Just-
Natalie Portman here just watches as well drunk.
Yeah, that just putting aside the the literal interpretation, that is not what fucking happens out here. Or like we spent an
No.
entire film developing Thor as a character, improving him as a person, and
Thor at the
developing the
start of the
relationship
movie isn't-
between him and Jane.
Thor at the start of the movie is an arrogant jackass, and here on Earth he ends up learning this thing called humility, and that's what shapes his character in the later movies.
Yes, that's very important to him as a person, and it's also like he
And it's
his
what
decision.
it's what influences his decision to just simply subdue Loki after beating him in the fight by gently placing Mjolnir on Loki's chest, and then going to
Mhm.
just deal with the Bifrost instead of outright killing him like he would if he were still arrogant.
Yeah, he also makes the sacrifice play, to quote Captain America here. The
he
ultimate thing that makes him worthy in the eyes of Odin and Mjolnir here is the fact that he puts himself between the people of the town and the
The
destroyer.
thing, yeah, and the destroyer. That's the whole point.
And that's what leads to whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
While Loki
Anyway.
lies on Asgard. Now you may notice that this movie also has fucking Dutch angles. Y'all know I hate Dutch angles.
Why? Why do you hate Dutch angles, Marcus? Please explain to me. Because I have a feeling it's not going to be for a particularly good reason. I'm also hoping that you'll explain if you like the way Thor the Dark World is shot, because the cinematography in that movie is fucking atrocious. This movie has very good cinematography. The Dutch angles actually kind of make it feel like a comic book come to life.
Yeah.
The big wide shots, the character focus, the landscapes, everything. It's so fucking good.
It's like it's a Lord of the Rings film.
I
turned
know,
into
we went.
comics.
Yeah, it went from Lord of the Rings for comic books to the fucking sitcom, sub-sitcom cinematography.
Ugly tilted angles. Just
Big, ugly, tilted angles.
I think this is fucking Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you make it sound like this is Battlefield Earth. Did you watch that movie by accident?
film it like a
I
normal
think he
person.
did.
Look at these shots. Even the establishing.
Okay, God forbid. This is like him complaining about Zack Snyder's cinematography. God forbid a fucking director have a goddamn cinematic styling. You know,
Kenneth
at least
Branagh has
at,
a style.
at
Well,
least
Zack
Kenneth
Snyder
Branagh
has a style.
and Zack Snyder are just bringing their visual aesthetic to the film. They're not completely overturning the fucking canon of the fucking franchise.
Shots are Dutch angles. Just looks like an amateur.
Oh, even the
piece.
Russo
Presenting-
brothers.
Looks like an
end up
amateur.
bringing their own-
No. Amateurs film things straight on because, fun fact, Dutch angles are really hard to do. I know this because I've done fucking cinematography. I do photography. I do shots. You can't. It requires a lot of fucking effort to get that shit to work right at that kind of angle. It's not how that fucking works. Like, if it was completely off-kilter in a way that you couldn't tell if it was supposed to be that way or not, sure, but this is all purposeful. You can tell it's purposeful.
Anyway, on to the real meat of this movie. This movie introduces Thor before he started dyeing his beard. Plus, it's a cast of people who aren't even in the fucking movies anymore. I love this scene at the 15-minute.
Yeah, because they got killed off in a movie that you liked.
Where Thor is like, "Hey guys, you're all my friends, and the audience should really care about you."
It's called giving a rousing speech to motivate.
He was giving a
friends to
rousing speech to motivate his friends through listing off their various accomplishments and whatnot.
As like he's saying, hey, we can totally pull off this crazy fucking deed here.
You remember when you did all that? Yeah.
So
I
taking
think we
down
can do
the frost
this.
giants should be easy.
Exactly. It's not like it's not like this is just for nothing. Like this is something literally every bit of fiction with a team effort does. They give a rousing speech and they even list off some feats and whatnot before they go in for the assault.
This is also, you know, a very classical styling of story here. This is a like the fact that these are literally classical mythology heroes and, you know, antagonists, you know, figures. These are figures of classical mythology. And this is how those stories are told.
Because we are friends.
My friends, have you forgotten all that we have done together? Vandral, Hogan.
It also helps explain things to the audience, you know.
Who led you into the most
Why is Rich Evans here on the set of the Christmas special?
I think it's to emphasize Marcus's quote unquote reaction to this.
Hmm. Oh, hey, they have a Star Trek DVD box set over there. One of the originals.
This movie has a lot of shit
And a
to
copy of
explain
Space
to the
Truckers.
audience, okay, I understand that. I'm not saying that exposition is a bad idea. I'm saying that you have to do it well.
Okay, yeah, this movie did it pretty well. You're not explaining why it didn't.
Like, look at how they explain teleportation with the Bifrost.
Couldn't you just leave the bridge open first? Leave the bridge open would unleash the full power of the Bifrost and destroy Jotunheim with you upon it.
Why the fuck would any of these guys not know how the main teleporter works?
Probably because they didn't fucking ask. They never thought about it. They usually leave it closed for a little while. Well, like, you don't leave it open at all times. It's like, you know, you don't think about
like,
what happens if you run your car out of oil or gas or whatever. Or it's not it's an extreme example of something. This is not something that you need to know about on a constant basis. It's like if you fill up, like,
and this
like,
is also to introduce to the audience why the Bifrost shouldn't be left open.
Yeah, it can be destructive.
It makes no
We are
sense that this man is explaining it to them. They probably know this.
They probably know this, yet they evidently don't.
Yeah, they don't act like they did know this prior.
So, now make this work for me, Marcus. How does this square?
15,000 years old.
Yeah, and I know people who are, like, old for human years who don't know how some stuff works that they've been using for a while. Like, here's an example. On my first week on the job, I figured out that there was something that the cash register could do that that my boss, who'd been working there longer than I had didn't know was possible. And then, you know, from then on out, I just always did it. And we found out that, you know, the way that they thought the cash register worked wasn't the way they thought wasn't actually how the cash register worked. And they'd been working there for longer than I had, and I just picked it up on my first day. Hey, this is how shit works sometimes. Like, people think things that are incorrect. Marcus,
They know how the
you should know that. You think a lot of incorrect things.
Bifrost works.
They evidently
is
did not.
bad exposition. And
Do you know how your car works, Marcus?
this movie is full of shit like this.
I
this
highly
movie,
doubt
Thor
that.
Goes around and he slaughters some White Walkers for no reason.
No reason. No. Okay, so
The
oh
Jotunheim,
my God,
the Jotuns literally snuck into Asgard's vault
The
and
Jotuns broke
tried
into
to
the
steal
treasure vault and
the
attempted to steal the cask of winter.
They attempted to steal the casket, but then they were stopped by the destroyer, and Thor, are wanting to retaliate, tries to go after them, but Odin be like, no,
This is all
because
seen
we
in the
have a
film
little
too.
Yeah, it's literally at the beginning of the fucking movie.
Even though his dad told him that he wasn't allowed to be a fucking psychotic maniac.
Psychotic maniac. I mean, he thought he was doing the right thing, but sure.
So
He was
loses the hammer and
protecting
gets
his
kicked out and made
home.
a bad boy. Now here's
Mhm.
the problem with Thor stories. Thor is really fucking strong. Like,
Okay, that doesn't mean so is Superman. What's your
Yeah.
point?
insanely strong. When he has the hammer, he is basically unstoppable.
I mean, no, he's not. There have been people who have
No.
stopped him before.
So how do you write
And
a
the
story
Jotuns
about
nearly
an
got them
unstoppable
pinned
deadly
down
Yeah,
when
yeah, you're
during this fight
showing
because
you're
Fandral
showing
ended up
stuff
getting.
from the scene where Thor, where they all, spoiler warning, they almost lost this fight. They did
Yeah,
really
they almost
good
lost this
until they
fight
didn't.
If Odin hadn't shown up, they would have all been killed. And Thor would be barely be standing and whatnot. Like if Odin hadn't shown up, been like, look, I'm gonna take my son and his stupid friends back. Please just don't take this seriously, because this was just the actions of a foolish boy.
Yeah.
Well, you take
And
away his
Laufey
powers,
be
you give him a
like,
human growth.
like Laufey be like, ah, fam, I'm gonna kill you guys.
Yeah.
And then and Thor being bonding with Jane is him learning about the ways of Midgard and developing his humility that I spoke of earlier.
Yes.
Girlfriend to worry about. Wait, what? A good writer can figure out new shit for Thor to deal with.
And you're using Ragnarok as an example of this. Interesting.
Uh,
Ragnarok did was take Thor down a few notches. The Thor
Okay, so like he was taken down a few notches in this movie.
the current Marvel Cinematic Universe is way different than the guy in this movie.
Yes, that's called a character arc, Marcus.
He's kind of a big dumb brute, but he also carries
Okay, yeah, he's more of a big... Okay, so this is a...
Take deep breaths.
Deep breaths, deep breaths. I'm getting angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. But seriously, this
You
is...
turn into Eric Bana when you're angry.
Yeah, yeah, this is absurd. This is just fucking stupid because, like, if you want to talk big dumb brute, he's a big dumb brute in some ways, but he's also, like, an intelligent, cunning warrior king. You know, like you know, thematically, quite, quite, apt protagonist for a given story like this. Like, you go back and read the old myths, that's kind of what these characters were.
a lot of pain and determination.
Yeah.
Now, in Captain America movies and Iron Man movies, you see the arc of these characters naturally occur in front of you. With Thor, it's like they didn't even know what to fucking do with him until Taika came along and was
What?
like, "Hey man, you're not doing that right. Here's how you do it." That's
Right, and then he fucked it up. He fucked it up in this movie. Here's the thing. He fucked it up in Ragnarok too, but he fucked it up slightly less, and there's still aspects of, like, a good character in there. Or, like, because the characters are mostly fine. It's just that the plot is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, and there's, you know, there's really seriously bad editing, and that there's not enough stuff taken out of the film, and I bet you they didn't use the right... It doesn't matter.
as that accent is gonna get. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys.
Hey, you know what? Taika Waititi can't do that voice much better, and that's his own fucking voice.
Yeah.
Korg is the most irritating character in...
I
And-
wish he died in Love and Thunder,
Guys,
but
now
no,
once
they
Thor
didn't have the
gets down-
cojones to kill him off there.
Well, the director's self-insert can't go away that easily.
Under Earth, this movie is completely different because now the movie is funny.
I mean, a guy who treats himself as mostly invincible being taken down to regular old human standards is kind of funny, and being unfamiliar with local customs is funny.
Him getting run over by a car or twice is kind of funny.
Cosmo, you're supposed to read comics. Do you not understand that like the fish out of water thing is kind of a constant aspect of Thor? Like, even when he's not
He
being...
speaks an
you know,
old
like-
Shakespearean
Yeah.
quote.
They write his
Oh.
fucking dialogue in the most flowery script possible, just so that they can convey
Thor
that
needs
he
the
speaks
Saurus.
weirdly. Yeah.
Thor needs Thesaurus. Also,
Now,
oh,
I think this movie might be more interesting if they filmed all the Earth scenes in a different city. New Mexico is not a good setting for an action-adventure movie.
I mean, okay.
It's a good setting for Breaking Bad.
I'm going to need you to explain this because, you know, New Mexico, well, Puente Antigua was supposed to be kind of a mirror for the majesty of Asgard. It's kind of dumpy and run down. It's very flat. There's not a lot of majestic anything about
The
it.
locations in this movie are either really pretty CG Asgard or ugly-ass New Mexico. I get that that's the point, like you're supposed to compare the two, and in the beginning of this movie the setting hasn't really gotten annoying yet, but it gets old really fast.
Okay, I'm going to need you to explain that for me. You're not going to, are you?
Everything gets old really fast. If this movie was like 30 minutes shorter, I'd probably like it way more.
Frankly, the film is too short as it is because I don't know if you know this, Marcus, but there's a lot of really important scenes in this film that were left on the cutting room floor to sort of make up for pacing. And while Thor doesn't suffer from the deletion of some of these scenes as much as some of the other films in the MCU have,
Like Civil War.
like Civil War, like, you know, like Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron is a really bad example of a film that has a lot of stuff cut out of it for ADR and just insert shots that and like tiny shots that add up to big payoffs that are not in the film.
In this scene, Anthony Hopkins gets really bored with the movie and he just falls asleep.
Cosmo, I know you think you're being funny, but you're fucking not.
No.
Also, like, you know, Cosmo, are you? Since you're clearly a fan of Red Letter Media, if you have that particular clip of Rich Evans in the video, are you also a fan of Star Trek? Because I think one of the funniest episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation was the episode where Q was kicked out of the Q continuum.
Yeah. That was that. Yeah, I haven't seen the full episode of that. But then he comes back and he's like, "Au contraire, mon capitaine, he's back!" And everybody's like, "Oh God, no!"
That was a hilarious episode because, like, the way Q describes falling asleep as somebody who's never had the need or concept of sleep before, it's fucking great. It's an endless source of comedy and stuff.
Meanwhile, Worf just fucking hates him. He wants to die.
Yeah.
Like, you could see that on Michael Dorn's face. He's like,
Yeah.
Right there. Also, I think now is probably a good time to mention my favorite cliche in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because this is a cliche that I first noticed.
Why are you playing Toxic by Britney Spears?
Staple since. I call it the mandatory Marvel movie shirtless scene.
What?
Cosmo, can you please stop going mucho texto on your fucking bits? You could have called it the fucking Chippendales scene, for all I care. Just call it something that rolls off the tongue better.
Keep in mind, when Spider-Man goes through a number of these, and then there was that one time where he and MJ literally just hook up in Far From Home, and then he realizes, oh. The awkward moment where he just starts stripping in front of her, but then he realizes, oh snap, he's stripping right in front of her.
Oh, dear fucking God. Could you at least, hang on, could you do these in order? And by the way, hey, like, not all of these are sexy. Okay, so we're going to rewind this real quick. Copyright. Please stop singing this fucking song, Brittany. Please don't sue us.
Timing on the...
Okay, Thor 1.
Alex, let me say the timing on that. You're just like, some of these are not that sexy. Then cut to Tom Holland. I'm like, oh my God.
Ant-Man, okay. So we skipped from phase 1 all the way to the end of phase 2. Maybe you could have gone for either of Tony's shirtless scenes in Iron Man 1 or 2. First Avenger made sense because, frankly, the fact that those pants still fit him was the only thing that was pushing my
suspension of disbelief.
Suspension of disbelief. Yes, thank you.
Oh, and that's Mickey Rourke. That's shirtless.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke is shirtless. Tony is shirtless at least twice in this film too.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange, Spider-Man: Homecoming, The Incredible Hulk. He got out of the fucking shower. It's not a Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay. The Avengers. Oh my God, there actually isn't one in Civil War. I hate you, Marcus. Please don't show. Let's move on faster. Avengers 2 deleted scene. No, that was in the movie. That was in the fucking movie, Marcus. It wasn't just a deleted scene. He was shirtless in the actual film. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Thor: The Dark World. Okay. Thor: Ragnarok. Yeah. By the way, hey, his fucking physique is crazy in Thor Ragnarok. Like, dear God.
Yeah.
I do not want to know how dehydrated he was when he shot this. Captain America the Winter Soldier. Okay. Iron Man 1. Why did it take you so long to get... There's also Black Panther.
If you ever wonder why I say these movies are all the same, just please refer back to that montage.
Okay, I believe you've missed at least one. Yeah, there was no Iron... Was there Iron Man 1 in there?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, but, like, having a shirtless scene like that doesn't mean that every movie is the same. It's like saying that every movie that has like a kiss in it or a sex scene is the same. I'm like, come on.
Thank you. Now, it's hard hating this movie because a lot of it is
I get the
admittedly
distinct
personal
impression
preference,
that
and
if
this movie
anything
is everything that I
from my fan fiction stuff were ever adapted in anything and thing that he'd see, he would just be like, oh, oh, these are practically the same as like the Marvel stuff, blah blah blah, that I
I
hate
just
so
want...
much.
Okay, Cosmo, please explain to me... You keep practically screaming, formula, 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 it's all the same. And then, like, the plots are different. There's different shit, different characters, different dynamics. Some characters have arcs, others don't. Different settings, different details.
don't find fun about these movies. I'm of the opinion that Natalie Portman is not a very good actress.
Okay, you're wrong.
That's just me.
Yeah.
Do not yell at me for saying that. I just
Yelling at Marcus for saying something stupid.
feel like she's always holding something back in her performances. In this
Okay, is that a bad thing, or what? Can you explain to me what you mean by that? You're not going to, are you?
movie, her character also bugs me a lot. She's supposed to be like a smart scientist girl, but she's really fucking stupid. Any
Okay, are you going to explain that, or...
sane person
No.
would never talk to or hang out with Thor because he
Well, yeah, she's a little bit weird.
Yeah, she's kooky.
We've established this.
a crazy person.
No!
He fell out of the sky and she hit him with her truck.
Yeah, if anything, she'd be a bit more fascinated about him as the days go on, and especially with how often she ends up seeing him.
I am baffled by this line of reasoning. Marcus, are you a robot?
You think you're just gonna walk in, grab our stuff, and walk out?
No, I'm gonna fly out.
Like to a regular Earthling, this guy would seem like a nut job.
I mean, that's part of the point of the film.
Yeah.
She's cute, so she drops everything for him.
Like a nice time version?
No, it's also because she kind of believes what he has to say. Did you watch this film either, or did you just see clips on
No.
YouTube?
More like a rainbow bridge.
God, I hope you're not crazy.
Yeah, and guess what? He's not.
Baby, he's
Yeah, he's
clearly
not crazy.
I don't know
She clearly
why
says
you
that she
think
hopes he's not.
otherwise. I love how Jeremy
Bec-
Renner is introduced in this movie with a little cameo, and he literally doesn't do anything. Like, he climbs
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is the same clip I used in my Black Widow review to complain that Hawkeye didn't do anything in this film, so that's fair.
up on his little perch, he draws his
Yeah.
bow, and then that's it. That's all he does.
Captain
And I know
criminally
most of that
underused
overlooked,
character.
But in this movie, he's kind of unintentionally hilarious. I don't know. I know this
Unintentionally hilarious. Are you going to qualify that statement, Marcus, or are you just going to say it like you do everything else that you don't talk about?
super personal, but I
Alex,
think
you
he's
know
so
the
cool.
answer by now.
Like, when he throws himself into the black hole at the end of the movie, I seriously crack up.
You have a very strange sense of humor, Marcus.
Now I could nitpick and complain about this movie all day, but I think
Okay, please do. I'd like to hear more details. Details, Marcus. I want to hear your reasoning.
Details, man, they are important.
you guys get the idea.
I
know
don't!
this
I'm
movie is
confused!
not as bad as Thor 2, but it still isn't very good. 4 out of 10.
What?
Up next is Cap.
You gave the same score to 3 different movies when you said you... There were other... What?
Alex, just,
Captain
just.
America, the first guy. Now, I thought I liked this movie. I really did.
This
I
is my
thought that I
favorite
liked
film
it
in the
back when it
entire
came out. I
MCU.
remember for some reason, I enjoyed it. I think I was on fucking drugs because this movie is really bad.
I'm very angry. I am
I can. No,
angry.
you know what? I'm gonna let you just have the entire floor. I'm gonna go get a
So,
drink. I will be right back.
So, for those of you who don't know, I wrote a little story with Kevin's help called Captain America Project Rebirth. Go check it out over on fanfiction.net, an archive of our own. It is a retelling of Captain America the First Avenger with some deleted scenes added in, as well as one of the characters from the X-Men who I thought should have been in the film. A little guy who's the best there is at what he does. And what he does best isn't very nice. Aside from that, I didn't change a whole lot about the film. I really like this movie. I've watched it more than any other film in the MCU. Captain America is one of my favorite characters in all of Marvel Comics. I love this fucking movie, and it's not just because I like this movie that this incenses me. I know Marcus is full of shit. We've already spent 19 minutes of video on absolute shit. We only have 8 minutes of video left, so assuming that he spends 4 minutes explaining... Okay, I've got to take that back. He's not going to spend 4 minutes explaining why he doesn't like this movie and why he thinks it's really bad. He's just going to make a bunch of claims about why this movie is bad and not bother talking about the actual film. The story, the plot, the characters, the things that make the movie what it is, and the movie is good. Like, there's so much that you can talk about in this film, like the parallels between Cap and Erskine and Zola and fucking Red Skull. Like, hang on, I gotta take some drink of water. Yeah. So, there's the fact that, like, Red Skull pushes the procedure for the experiment that he's conducting to its absolute limits, past the advice that he's given. Meanwhile, over in over in America, Howard Stark and Abraham Erskine, are over here doing their thing with Steve. They're working on turning him into this guy that we see right here, right? And they're cranking it up. They're performing the procedure, and things start going a little bit fucky, right? And so, they're about to pull the plug. And Steve insists that they keep going. This is drawing parallels and contrast between our hero and our villain.
Would you mind if I give the summary of Project Rebirth since I ended up brainstorming it?
Feel free.
The year is 1942. Nazi Germany has just acquired a new weapon with which they intend to subjugate the world. In our time of need, the United States Army calls on many, but only one is able to rise up and to meet the challenge. And he's just a kid from Brooklyn.
Boom shakalaka.
It's not horrible. It's really not the worst movie in the bunch, but it's got some really dumb shit.
If you give this a 4 out of 10 like you gave all of the others, I don't know what I'm gonna say. 'Cause you clearly don't have standards.
The thing is, it has some really awesome elements in the first half, but once Captain America rescues Bucky in the halfway point of the movie, it just kind of goes crazy from there.
Okay, so it goes from being a semi-realistic alt-hist to being a slightly more sci-fi alt-hist. Have you read comics, Marcus? You claim to have. I know you claim to have later on in this fucking series.
Yeah.
I know I've said most of these movies end up going crazy in the third act, but this time, I really mean it. This movie...
World War II was a little bit crazy,
Now, the stuff I
Marcus.
like about this movie is
Adding
the first half is
sci-fi
basically
weaponry
a
would have
character
been
study
even
on Steve
crazier.
Rogers. You follow him on this super intimate personal journey. You see his ambition and his frustration.
Oh, where's the complaint about the physiques of these guys, Marcus? Come on.
Yeah.
These guys are younger.
There's that really good scene where he jumps on the dummy grenade because he thinks it's real. Like, it's seriously his natural instinct to just die for everybody else. That's beautiful. I love the scenes where you see
Skinny Steve Rogers jumped on top of a fucking grenade when the big fucking hulking monster man jumped behind a Jeep.
Mascot for war bonds. How he gets frustrated at the fact that he can't act.
Oh yeah, hang on. I'm gonna rewind us real quick here.
Seriously his natural instinct to just die for everybody else. That's beautiful. I love the scenes where you see him.
Oh yeah, look at how Cap's hood, his cowl here, is bulging out. In Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the cowl that they made for Falcon does that too. You know what they had to do to hide it? Every single scene in Falcon and the Winter Soldier where that stupid cowl shows up, they hide it using CGI. Rather than just having made a completely different fucking helmet.
Gumming it up as a mascot for war bonds.
Yeah, by the way, this costume is fucking ridiculous, and I wouldn't... If the rest of this movie just had Steve in this suit, it would be terrible.
How he gets frustrated at the fact that he can't actually help and make a real difference. His romance with Peggy is kind of cute because you can tell that he doesn't really know how to talk to girls because he doesn't realize how hot he is now.
Yeah, yeah. And then you remember what we did when I suggested that that we do this with Steve and Diana, and how we wound up writing them as being two, like a man and a woman who don't know how to talk to each other, but they kind of get each other in terms of, like, fighting.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the first act of this movie is so good. I really wish the entire movie was like that. If you
The entire movie is like that. Did you watch the film?
ask me,
Clearly he
Captain
didn't.
America's the most interesting person in the whole series.
Right, okay, so we definitely agree on that much.
He's the only character whose personality never changes because his personality is already perfect.
Okay.
That could be the subject of a really interesting movie, but all these movies are just action movies. They're like...
It's a war film, Marcus.
The only one that's really a spy thriller is Captain America: The Winter Soldier, and that was a really good one.
So, the first one, the first Avenger, is a war movie. Winter Soldier is a spy thriller. Civil War, I don't really know how to describe that. It's not either of those things.
I would think Civil War would be like a ensemble. All films it's like Cap and Tony.
Yeah.
Spy films or dumb big explosion movies.
It's a war movie.
Yeah.
The movie is about the war. Like, it's called Captain America because we follow Captain America on his journey through the war.
Mm-hmm.
They never really work on focusing on his character, and that's really disappointing.
They don't work on focusing on his character, except for all of the shit, like the fucking... The sacrifice play at the end of the film, the fact that he uses a shield as his primary weapon alongside his sidearm. Come on.
This movie really has a serious case of the ERJBs. This movie is seriously bogged down by the Red Skull bullshit.
No! He's his arch nemesis!
Goes from being an introspective...
This is like saying that Spider-Man 1 is bogged down by the Green Goblin.
Alex, you forget how he felt about Spider-Man 1.
Oh, yeah.
You forgot about
Marcus
that.
is fucking stupid.
I thought it would be too boring if it was just about Steve Rogers learning how to find his place in the world.
Yes, okay, so he finds his place in the world by becoming America's greatest hero during World War II, Marcus. I'm sorry that you don't understand this. I'm sorry that you don't get him becoming, like, the icon, the hero, the guy that the film is called The First Avenger.
I mean, I would have liked that. This movie also has the same problem.
Yes, you would have liked it. Please describe the movie that you would have liked, because from all I'm seeing here, you want something that's really boring.
As Thor 1, which are the dumbass, pointless side characters.
These are the Howling Commandos! These are his fucking friends! The guys who support him throughout this, the Spec Ops team that helps him win the fucking war, guys!
And guess what,
God.
Alex? Guess what, Alex? Is showcased in Spider-Man Homecoming, and the Howling Commandos do have some descendants.
Yeah! They're really important to world history!
I can't be bothered to care about these stupid, pointless... Wait a minute. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that. I noticed it too. That's part of the reason why I added Wonder Woman to the Howling Commandos in the first place.
Yeah.
Oh. What was I saying?
Yeah, what were you saying? Because this aside has absolutely nothing to do with your review.
Anyway, this movie does lead to Cap getting left in the modern world, which is still...
Yes, okay. Are you going to complain about that too?
Still a really cool ending. Plus, even
okay,
though this
good.
movie sucks for like 50% of the runtime,
I would appreciate you qualifying that statement, but I know you
it
didn't.
still has my favorite ending of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Period. The last line gives me chills. It is that good. Right before Steve crashes, he finally sets up plans to take Peggy out on a date. It's really moving because we spent a good amount of time establishing these two as a couple, even though we know they aren't going to get together.
A week next Saturday at the Stork Club.
You got it.
Then when Cap wakes up in the future, he goes a little crazy, and this...
He doesn't go crazy, he thinks he's being held hostage!
You gonna be okay? Yeah. Yeah,
He realized he was being lied to.
I had a date.
It cuts to black. Tell me that isn't powerful. That's the best ending ever. And this is the most annoying thing about this movie. It has so many good things in it, but they are hiding. They're hiding under dumb shit. 5 out of 10.
You complained more about this film than any of the previous films, and yet you gave it a higher rating than all of the previous films except for Iron Man 1. Please make this square with me, Marcus. I want this to make some level of sense.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I believe we've got one more film in this phase to go through.
What do I got?
I just want to know what his definition of wasted potential is, because it's like, when I describe... one of the things that I did in my Ant-Man and the Wasp 3 review, or Ant-Man... Quantumania. In my Quantumania review, I described an alternative scenario that could blossom into something different, you know? And, like, I just want him to do something like that here. You know? Just so that you can get an idea of, because, like, I didn't even fucking watch Loki. I saw clips, I got plot summaries, I was like, okay, I don't fucking care about this. But, you know what I did do? I took the connecting elements of these things and said, okay, so we can use this to plan to here and do that, this, that, and the other, so we can have, so we can have, like, a somewhat detailed alternative over, like, the Kang from that show. You know, he gets trapped in the multiverse by the, he gets trapped in the quantum realm by the Lokis, and that resets the multiverse, and he gets let out of the quantum realm because, you know, the Ant family doesn't understand who he is. Give me something like that. That's a quick summary of what you know, he escapes out into the real world and wreaks some havoc and, you know, does some damage, and, you know, we have real stakes because the real world is there. Or, like, tell me what you want instead. Because all I can see here is you saying that this superhero action, this superhero sci-fi action adventure movie shouldn't have had any superhero action adventure sci-fi in it.
I have to watch now. What? It's Avengers? Oh. Okay.
I have no idea what rating he's going to give this movie based on that reaction. We
From what
need
I
to
could
talk
tell,
over
he
this.
liked
Yeah,
it.
there we go.
This is when these movies got good. I remember
No.
when the movie came out.
No, this was the culmination of everything that... This is the culmination of
Phase
everything
one.
that Phase 1 was leading to. There was set up throughout the entire franchise.
Everybody and their mom saw it. It started a
Yeah?
revolution.
Okay.
It changed superhero movies. I think
No, it was the culmination of the revolution that changed superhero movies. Keep up.
probably the most significant superhero movie of all time.
No, Spider-Man 1 is the most significant superhero movie of all time, but this one
Go
is
up?
definitely up there.
You want to know why Avengers 1 is so good?
I'm surprised that he didn't bring up the parallels to Spider-Man 1 in the Captain America review, considering how much he doesn't like Spider-Man.
It's good because it is not very good. This
What?
movie-
What? What the fuck?
I can see your JonTron showing, Alex.
Oh yeah, he did say that. And that wasn't
You
intentional.
corny as
You
hell.
forgot that he.
Corny as hell. It's a fucking comic book film. This is a direct adaptation of Avengers #1. Have you read Avengers #1? There are only a couple of things changed around, like a few minor changes to the lineup.
Remember when I was in the theater on
And
opening
plot
day,
beats.
I seriously thought the first 5 minutes were horrible, and I still do. The beginning
I am so confused right
this
now.
movie is strangely terrible. Actually,
No, that's it. This is legitimately, this is one of the best setups for any film that I've ever seen. Like you get an immediate sense of, oh shit, things are about to go down here.
remember my face when the title card came up? I was looking at my friends. I was like, guys, I think this movie might be bad.
I'm surprised they didn't take you outside and slap you like Cap tried to do to that jackass in the theater.
This movie is schlock. It's corny. It's
I'm going to need you to define all of these terms you're using, Marcus. You're not going to, are you? We have less than 4 minutes left of this video.
stupid, and it's somehow really awesome. Look at these
Somehow really awesome. You know, people like him call stuff campy and then don't explain what that means, and then they give a definition that's really fucking stupid. And like I don't know.
boring shots and color.
Boring shots and color grading. No, this was actually before that happened in the MCU. This film has shitloads of big comic shots and like Dutch angles and interesting cinematography, and frankly, it looks like it was shot by Zack Snyder compared to some of the shit that we see these days, and I'm not taking that as a dig at anybody.
Like a bad TV show.
Lit like a bad TV show, and hang on, I'm going to rewind so that we can use that as a
And it's somehow really awesome. Look at
as an example here. So, lit like a bad TV show. So we have shading, blue lighting.
Color grading. Everything is lit like a
You know, Marcus, I'm not going to use your busted-ass TV Nihon encodes of the fucking Avengers to judge the film, because this is actually some really cool color contrast we've got going on here. We've got bright colors in the foreground, darkness in the background, a little bit of orange off to the left, a lot of blue in the center and front.
bad TV show. The writing in some of these scenes is like abysmal.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to explain that.
That's one of Tony's best lines.
That's Tony Stark in a nutshell, Marcus. I
Yeah.
thought you watched the first two movies. Please explain to me why you don't like that line. Oh wait, we're already moving on. Oh no.
All it counts, this movie should be bad.
By all...
But somehow it isn't, because this movie has the opposite problem that the other movies have.
What? I'm going to need you to explain that in a whole lot of detail, Marcus.
This movie kind of stumbles in its first few steps, but then it picks up the pace pretty quickly.
stumbles in the first few steps.
Once the scene at the fancy party happens, this movie is way more fun and creative.
Hang on, you bitched about the Dutch angles in Thor, and then you start praising the party, which is the one that has the...
I like that little scene where that old German guy doesn't kneel to Loki.
Oh
but it's
my God.
cute. I like it.
There's a... Yeah, it's drawing distinct parallels to Nazi Germany and, you know, giving Captain America it. The dialogue flows together incredibly well.
Yeah.
The writing is lame a lot of the time, but it's really reminiscent of a comic book. Corny
The writing is lame but reminiscent of a comic book. That's not an argument, Marcus.
lines and everything.
No.
The majority of the writing is actually pretty decent. Somehow it's like my third or fourth time watching this movie, and there are still lines that get a chuckle out of me.
So you've watched this movie more than you've watched any of the other films. That's interesting.
When he's not that thing, though, guy's like a Stephen Hawking. He's like a smart person.
That's not even necessarily supposed to be a funny line. That's just like him realize like it works on several levels. It can be both a joke and a realization that, oh my God, Captain America has been away for a while.
Actors are also doing a fantastic job.
Okay, you cannot complain about the shot composition and cinematography of this film when we have this zoom change here, the focus change. You see that? The focus changes from Cap to Bruce, and we have some really good blocking here where we have the two characters in different focal
It
points.
should be illegal for this many A-list actors to have such good chemistry with each other. I love how Bruce Banner's just nervously walking around the whole movie like he's afraid he's gonna bump into something and accidentally explode. These
Yeah, that's good.
characters are what make this movie not shitty.
Okay, are you gonna complain about the Dutch angle like you did in Thor?
Without them, you have a pretty average action movie.
No, well, I mean, yeah, if you don't have the characters that make up the fucking team, then the movie doesn't mean anything. Congratulations, Marcus. I'm glad we've come this far.
These characters elevate it into the most fun superhero movie ever.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. This is the whole point of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is to have characters who can come together and do shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, The Departed would be a completely different fucking movie if you had completely different fucking characters and all the same shit happened. Characters make the movie, and I don't write the
I've
rules.
always been of the opinion that the fight choreography in Marvel movies is actually pretty bad.
Yeah, okay, that's no disagreement there. Some of the fight choreography in these films is fucking abysmal, but that's mostly down to the editing and not the actual choreography itself.
It's usually lacking.
Yeah.
Really lacking. Y'all know I don't like the DC movies, but at least the action scenes are well choreographed and well shot.
Yeah, they could have done to hire some of the people from this, or... You know, okay, so fun fact, Kevin, did you know that Disney actually owned Power Rangers and had the fight choreography team for that on payroll for several years?
You've told me that Disney once had Power Rangers.
So
yes,
Disney
but you
once
didn't
owned
tell me
Power
that
Rangers, and the
detail.
fight choreography team behind Power Rangers and behind Super Sentai is some of the best fight choreography in the goddamn world. Both in terms of one-on-one action and in terms of group fighting. Excuse me. Disney did not make good use of that talent.
My main thing is,
Why am I not
feel the
surprised?
impact behind their attacks in those movies. You really feel like they knocked them the fuck out.
Okay.
In these movies, the camera is moving so fast and the attacks
Well, yeah, that's because the MPAA changed their fucking rules, and for some reason, Disney didn't just tell them to go shove it.
barely connect. You can see here, this guy gets incapacitated with the flowery scent of Scarlett Johansson's hair.
I mean, that's... Sure.
But this movie also introduces something that the DC movies don't have. Combo attacks and team-ups.
Okay, I mean, like, there wasn't really a whole lot of opportunity for them to
Do that.
do that in Batman v Superman. They did do some of that in Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League, which wouldn't come out for another 3 years. No, 4 years by this point. No, 3 years, because it was 2021, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
2021.
2021, so it wouldn't come out for another 3 years. And frankly, it felt like about 12 years because, you know, COVID, but...
Where these movies lack in individual fight scenes, they shine when the characters are either fighting each other or fighting with each other. This movie introduces that, and these team-up fights are always among the best parts
Okay, are you gonna complain about Hulk CGI here?
of these movies. Even
No.
movies I don't like have some really fun scenes because of this. As a result, I will take shit like this over this
I mean, we could have both.
any day. And
Like, why can't we have both?
that's why this movie works. These characters are cohesive. They work together. We like them because they're fun to watch. When there's
We also like them because they're all great characters.
a bad joke or the story doesn't make any sense, people
The story made perfect sense in this movie.
don't give a shit because it's just fun watching these people do things. Avengers
This is why Martin Scorsese says that these films aren't cinema. It's because of people like him. People like Marcus have described these movies to him, and he doesn't understand what goes into them.
Yeah.
Marcus doesn't understand what goes into
works
them.
because of shit like this. I was gonna make this video complaining about these movies, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, when they're bad, they're still a lot of fun. Just like comic books. 8 out of 10, fun as hell.
Okay.
So that's
The next video is longer.
I think about 25% of that experience was actually good. And this video is getting kind of long. And I drank a lot.
26 minutes is long.
Stuff, so I think I'm gonna take a quick nap. I set an alarm, so don't let me sleep for more than an hour, okay, guys? Wake me up in an hour, and I'll finish the video. I'll talk about Civil War if you want me to. Night night.
Okay, I think we can cut to the next video.
Well, I want to give my thoughts about this real quick. This was...
I don't think Civil comic of all comics.
Sorry about that.
Let's just rewind. Okay. So yeah, so that's, that was really fucking bad. We're gonna move on now.
It was.
Iron Man 3 is really good.
Is it though?
I
don't even
somehow
hate Iron Man 3 as much as some people do. But, like...
This is the phase of Marcus's whole review shtick where he really enjoys it when films take a lot more liberties than they should.
Oh my god, people call me a fucking contrarian sometimes. That is... Why didn't you use the actual movie title card?
So yeah.
That is the movie title card.
Spelled it out like that, too?
Yeah. You forgot that
Oh
detail,
my
didn't
god,
you?
Yes, I did.
When I went into this project, there were only
Written and
3
directed
Marvel
by Zack
Cinematic
Snyder.
Universe movies that I had never seen. Iron Man 3,
Statistically speaking, one of the ones that the most people had seen, so that's odd.
Thor 2,
And yet you complained about it in the last video.
Ant-Man.
Why didn't you see Ant-Man? Ant-Man was great.
Yeah, I kind of mentally checked out for most of Phase 2. In my
How did you do that? Phase 2 was completely inescapable.
Yeah.
This was the time when the MCU was on top of the fucking planet, man.
Yeah. That in Phase
nothing was
3.
gonna top the first Avengers. So this is my first time watching some of these movies, and I gotta say, for this one, I am pleasantly surprised. Everyone I knew told
If he gives this movie like a 5 or a 6 out of 10, I'm going to be baffled.
me that this movie sucked ass. When it came out, I asked my friends who saw it if I should watch it myself, and they said no. They said it's not that.
Why are you allowing people to tell you what to do? You're a movie critic, Marcus.
Yeah.
Why are you allowing other people to tell you what movies to watch? Like somebody told me that the Wolverine was boring and amounted to nothing. And then I watched it, and that was one of my favorite X-Men movies.
Yeah, one of my all-time favorite superhero movies, period.
This is
Yeah.
one of the best Marvel movies, if you ask me. And
Yeah, I'm not asking you, Marcus. We've already established that your taste is shit.
I'm not joking. I feel like I have to explain myself because
Yeah, you're going to have to explain yourself because some of the shit in this movie doesn't make no goddamn sense.
it's a pretty bold claim, but I'm gonna try my best. First of all, it's directed by Shane Black, who is
Okay, that's not a point in its favor. Shane Black directed The Predator.
super underrated. He makes really
Shane Black is exactly rated as much as he should be. He makes great movies and terrible ones as well.
If you haven't seen The Nice Guys, you're missing out. You should probably
Yeah, The Nice Guys was good.
Look, when you're talking to your doctor, just tell him you have a spiral fracture of the left radius. No! No! Deep breath.
Plus, he's directed Robert Downey Jr. before the Iron Man movies even started. Shane Black is pretty good with actors, so the performances here are all pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the performance of Ben Kingsley as both of the characters he plays in this movie are amazing.
Also is good at intercutting action into a story in a way that makes sense. But
Okay, are you going to say that the previous films didn't make sense because, like, Captain America is a soldier fighting in wars and, like,
I'll get to that in a little bit. Now, this movie's got a pretty good tone. I thought it was going to be all
This movie has a pretty good tone. This movie's tone is all over the fucking joint. I wish you could explain yourself.
dark and edgy when I looked at the poster and the trailers, but
Why would you think that? It's directed by Shane Black. Kevin, are you still here?
I'm still here. I'm
Okay.
letting you have this.
Thank you.
it's fairly well balanced. It feels very comic booky. It's
Excuse me a
kinda
sec.
goofy and
Be right
Hang
back.
on, very comic booky, and yet Iron Man spends most of the film outside of his goddamn suit. This is very strange. I'm actually going to have to run as well for a second, so please hot dog by as I escape. Alright, I'm back. So comic booky in the movie that Iron Man spends most of the time outside of his suit, and the film has the most unsuited action of any film that Iron Man appears in. Outside of, Spider-Man, but,
fun. One kind of weird thing, though, is that this movie is completely useless when you compare it to the rest of the cinematic universe.
I mean, sure, yeah, that's part of that's part of the problem with how they handled this film. Like, they knew that Iron Man was going to be reappearing in Age of Ultron, and yet they decided to allow Shane Black to strip Iron Man of all of his accoutrements for the end of this film. This film was like a latter-day version of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, a rogue creative allowed to sow seeds of discontent within the universe. I need to make Marcus go away so that this video actually works correctly. So yeah. Please complain about her character. Please complain
Yes,
about the
please.
extremists. Like,
Nothing really happens in this one that affects
Yeah.
the rest of the franchise.
Yeah, that's another thing that I complain about this film as well. In fact, that's one of the major flaws of this film. The President of the United States gets kidnapped and they call in the fucking Avengers.
But you know what? I actually don't mind. If you look at this movie as a kind of standalone, fun action-adventure movie, it works way better.
Yeah, but that's not what it is. Like, there are global stakes here. There are at least nation stakes here, and they don't do everything that they should with it.
I don't need to think about where Nick Fury is or what Captain America...
Yes, you absolutely do. Please start thinking about that, because it breaks the whole fucking program. God damn it,
Yeah.
Marcus.
doing. Just let me have fun. Okay, that's what Iron Man 3 is. It's weapon.
Fuck you, Marcus. No, you can't have fun. Please come back down to reality and think about this shit. Turn your brain back on.
Alex,
God damn.
Marcus's his brain only turns on one singular brain cell, and it's the stupid cell.
Fun. So
He's
real
been
quick, let's
taking his
talk about the
retard
dumb
pills
shit
today.
that's in this movie.
Okay, that's good.
It-
Please talk about the dumb shit.
Because, as usual,
His
there's
his
some dumb shit. So in
distributor
this movie,
is known distributor. It is Young Justice's variant of Connor Kent, while my variant of him just sighs in disappointment. He's like,
Tony
"You're
tells
supposed to be more jacked than I am. What the
the
fuck are
main
you
villain his
doing?"
home address because he kind of gets mad at him. He's like, "Hey, come get me. This is where I live."
That's the GameCube logo.
You son of a bitch.
Actually, hang on.
As usual, there's some dumb shit. So in this movie, Tony tells the main villain his home address because he kind of gets mad at him. He's like, "Hey."
Yeah, that's the GameCube logo.
Mm-hmm.
I like how you're not contradicting me, because that is clearly what it is. It's just a badly photoshopped GameCube logo.
I can see it.
You son of a bitch. I'm not upset that Tony Stark told the main villain his home address. That's something that Tony Stark would do.
Well, also, it's not like Tony Stark's address isn't public information. He's a massive celebrity.
Besides, I think if the main villain is so smart, it wouldn't really be hard to find Tony's home address.
Okay, this is ironically quite complex thinking from Marcus here, because this is a complaint that a lot of people make about this movie, and it's completely invalid.
It's not like he exactly tried to hide it before. What does bug me is that he won't let Pepper leave the house, even though she reasonably doesn't want to be there when it's the target of a terrorist attack.
I mean, I'm feeling like this is going to be him completely misreading the point of the film, because that's what he's done every other movie that we've reviewing so far.
Okay, we've been through this. Nope.
Yep.
The man says no.
Why are you putting her life at risk?
Oh, hi, Uncle Ben. But, I mean, he doesn't think that. He thinks he's gonna be...
What's wrong with you? I find this to be completely out of character for him. So then his ex-girlfriend comes to visit around...
She's not his ex-girlfriend. They had a one-night stand.
At the same time, and
Yeah,
Tony and
there's
Pepper
a difference.
About dumb shit, she notices a fucking missile coming at the house. And this is how she reacts.
Can we,
What?
do we need to worry about that?
That's kind of a calm reaction. I'd be running and screaming if I were you.
I mean... yeah, maybe.
Oh wait,
Maybe,
she
but...
didn't warn them because she's evil?
Thank you for complaining about this character.
And she's working with the bad guys? Well, then why would you go to his house if you know there's a missile that's gonna hit it? That seems like a kind of big risk. Also, there's this really weird interaction with Tony Stark and this little kid. So Tony Stark breaks into this kid's house, and the kid is like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I'm thinking to myself, who the fuck doesn't know who Tony Stark is?
I mean, it's reasonable that a little kid might not, who lives in the middle of fucking nowhere, might not know who Tony Stark is.
Oh, well, he's a kid. Maybe he doesn't know who Tony Stark is. Fine, I'll excuse it. But then he says this.
Is that Iron Man?
So wait, you know who Iron Man is, but not Tony Stark?
I mean, that's not too big of a stretch. This is what you're complaining about in the film and not the fucking extremists.
Are you, like, stupid or something?
I mean, kids don't always understand. And there are people who didn't know that Hannah Montana and Miley Cyrus were the same fucking person.
In the show, maybe.
No, I mean like in real life. Like people who saw the fucking Hannah Montana poster, her with her in the makeup and the hair and shit, and didn't realize that that was actually Miley Cyrus.
He says this.
Technically, you're dead.
So, wait, you do know Tony Stark? What the fuck? Then
Okay, yeah, that's fair, Marcus. I take back what I said.
then this happens.
What's your name?
Harley. And you're...
The mechanic.
Do you know Tony Stark or not?
I mean, like, you can criticize that as... hi, Vince. You can criticize that as, like, bad dialogue coming from Shane Black, because Shane Black likes to do stuff like that, where he, like, resets character positions between lines of dialogue for punchlines and shit like that. Or you could read that as the kid trying to get him to tell him, yeah, I'm Tony Stark, and he's like, Like, okay,
What is happening? Now,
like, it's not... It doesn't have to be that fucking deep, Marcus. God, even when
really
he's right
doesn't.
about shit, he's fucking wrong.
Of course.
all this kid isn't really that great. He's not awful either. Like, I've seen
Notice
way
that they're
worse
playing the
stuff.
Hawkeye theme from Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
And why aren't you playing the Iron Man theme?
Actors.
Because he already did that for Iron Man 1.
Why wouldn't you just... Hang on. And he doesn't have much of a problem with playing the other film's scores. Why isn't he playing the Iron Man 3 theme here?
No, I'm saying the Marvel vs. Capcom Iron Man.
And Dad went to 7-Eleven to get scratchers. I guess he won because that was 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's a shitty joke.
Which happens, dads leave. No need to be a pussy about it. Here's what...
That's not a bad joke. That's actually a much better joke.
Now, probably my favorite
People on TV Tropes hated Tony for that line.
I mean, he's kind of reflecting on his own personal problems right there.
And now they're playing the Iron...
He's
now
trying to go...
playing the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Iron Man theme.
I like it in these movies. It's only around when absolutely necessary. Too many of these movies just throw in fights and dumb action in order to keep the audience interested.
That's not what was going on in The Incredible Hulk. That's what we call a climax, Marcus.
Yeah.
Captain America saved the whole fucking world at the end of his film. The Red Skull's entire plan set up through the entire movie was about destroying strategic fucking targets to allow him to rule the world under the Hydra banner. It's not fucking stupid, it was set up. The action is built to. Cap sees the fucking plan in the office. Oh my god. We're still complaining about Cap 1. Marcus, you're fucking wrong.
That services the story.
Oh my god.
It has my favorite Iron Man action scenes ever. Tony fighting off helicopters in his crumbling house without...
Do you not like the terrorist takedown in Iron Man 1 more than this? Because it's better.
Use of his missiles or flight systems. That is so much fun to watch. That's like a level in Uncharted. We get this...
Yeah, but Uncharted 3 was fucking terrible. And so was 4.
Insane scene where he has to fight off this Terminator chick without his suit while handcuffed. Tony has to find out how to kill this lady with just his ingenuity. And if you ask me, that's his superpower, not the suit. I like action scenes like this because...
I mean, that was great in concept, but it was kind of shitty in execution.
Yeah.
Like, the fucking extremist powers of the whole turning point, the whole fulcrum around which this turns, and they don't use them correctly at all.
It's more than just watching
And they're not consistent.
Other guy who's doing karate.
Okay, there was more of what was going on in this scene than just that. Oh my god.
It forces our character to solve problems in creative ways. This shit is awesome. I don't know why more Marvel movies don't do this.
Okay, I mean, like, I like MacGyver too, but not every Marvel film needs to be MacGyver. You're just... We've gone... So Marcus was essentially screaming, formula, formula, formula in the first video, and now he's screaming, you're following the wrong formula, you should be following a different formula.
Even when Tony has his suit, it's engaging. He fucking kills a dude by shooting him through the chest with his unibeam.
Right, except that shooting him through the chest with the unibeam doesn't actually... shouldn't actually kill them. But the rules for the extremists are completely inconsistent. You're not going to complain about that. Also, it was really stupid to do that on a fucking plane.
That's just so cool. I'm sorry. I don't have to have a reason to like that.
Yes, you do. Because that's stupid.
It's just cool.
Because that guy probably came back, too.
The climax being a big dumb fight between two robots, it has
big dumb fight between two robots that was storyboarded by Genndy Tartakovsky, by the way.
Mobilizing his entire Iron Man army so that he can jump between the suits, since the bad guy can just break his suits with, like, no effort.
I mean, like, Iron Man and War Machine fighting back-to-back is, not cooler than a whole bunch of Iron Man suits getting run through Who, like they're fucking tissue paper, sure.
Shit,
Marcus, you're, this is so fun. That's not an explanation. That's not an excuse. That's not a fucking...
tell me that this movie is fun.
I want to go home.
Alex, you are home.
I am aware.
Plus, you get a scene of Tony saving like 13 dudes who are falling out of an airplane.
Yeah, that kind of stretched the realms of credibility, I gotta be perfectly honest with you. It was cool, and in a
But
better
it
movie,
was
it would have
kinda
been the
stupid.
strangest thing that happened in it.
It was
Kevin.
cool, but it was kind of stupid at the same
Yeah,
time.
yeah, like,
Like, that is my secret kink. Give me a scene
This scene made you hard?
of the hero saving
I
people. That's
don't think we need to know what his Rule 34
Scenes of the hero.
search engine is filled
Scenes of the
with.
hero saving people. I would love to know what Marcus thinks about Captain Rogers and the Wonder Woman.
all I ask. Remember how in both of the other movies, the main villain just shows up out of nowhere with a big robot?
No, okay, so that guy was set up throughout the entire movie. Both of those guys, by the way, were set up throughout the entire movie. You just didn't fucking notice it.
They built off screen. Well,
No, they didn't build it off screen. They literally... You see it. You see the building, and then you get the reveal, the prestige, as it were. So that you don't blow the load that real quickly. Oh.
However, in all fairness, I'm gonna have to classify the evil nanomachine explosion squad.
It's not nanomachines. But go off on one. It's a fucking virus.
As a full-on ERJB. It's not really clear
Okay.
why these guys are super evil. Like, this guy's motivations are clear. The main villain, we know why he's upset. But his lackeys, they don't have any motivation at all. It's
Yeah, that's fair.
completely non-existent. So yeah, these villains are really cartoonish, but at least they're consistently cartoonish.
Well, here's
No,
the thing,
that's
Alex.
not a
Most of the-
that's not a fucking argument.
No, here's the thing, Alex. These people went to Killian and for the extremists because they were soldiers who
Oh,
ended up
right.
losing
These are people
their
These are
limbs.
people who were disabled who went to Killian to get their fucking limbs regrown as part of the extremist testing. I forgot about that. They
Yeah,
have
prob-
so they and he
But the
and he
problem
helps keep
is
them
that-
he helps keep them from exploding. So now well, yeah, they have a lot of motivation to fucking help him. Jesus Christ, even when he's right, he's fucking wrong.
Even when crazy, silly
Yep.
shit happens, this movie is still self-aware.
Self-awareness is not always a good thing, by the way.
I don't know how I was able to remember the actual motivations of the minions.
Aldrich
in this
Aldrich
movie.
Killian's atomic breath is not self-aware. What?
You breathe fire?
Yeah, that's not good.
Now the last thing I'm
That's not good.
And then we get at Marcus's reaction to
You could have had Rhodey say like, "Holy shit, you breathe fire," and had him have a lot more of a negative reaction to that. And it was like he's got both hands up, he's backing off, he's like, "Oh, wow, this is bad. This is bad. Oh fuck."
this is bad juju.
Yeah, like Owen Grady
Anyway.
backing up from the Raptors.
talk about in this movie is the twist about the Mandarin. In this movie, they take the classic comic book villain, the Mandarin, and they change it up a little bit. The Mandarin
Yeah,
is not who you
and
think it is.
they fuck him up a lot.
Don't hurt the face. I'm an actor.
No, my stupid, corny cartoon villain wasn't represented the same way he was in the comic.
Oh, I know what's coming at the end of this video, Kevin.
Yep, I know it too.
Well, get over it, alright?
Get over
If
it.
you bitch about this movie but you like Guardians of the Galaxy, then you're an idiot.
Guardians of the Galaxy, for as much as I don't like what they did to some of the characters in this, the characters in this are at least fucking characters.
Until they aren't.
Well, yeah, like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 kind of fucked everything up, but, you know. Oh, God, I don't...
Everybody in that movie is completely different than they are in the comics.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The Mandarin is a hell of a lot more well-known.
Mm-hmm.
James Gunn got away with this because the Guardians of the Galaxy were all but anonymous.
And here's the thing.
People
I actually
complained
knew
about
of the
Mandarin because he is literally Iron Man's arch nemesis.
and keep in mind, Alex, I had seen the that animated Iron Man movie before the first Iron Man and film came out, and
Oh god, I'm
even I
sorry.
knew. I know. Even I knew who the fucking Mandarin was before
Mm-hmm.
or this. I'm like, oh, it was that guy. Right, and then Shang-Chi turns the Mandarin into a
Ugh.
wasted Tony Lung.
It
Good
took
God,
them a decade for a payoff that wasn't even worth it. That's Phase 4 MCU in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen.
well, 8 years, but yeah.
Star-Lord's dad didn't fucking exist in the comics at this point in time. Don't you fucking lie to me. They hadn't revealed who he was.
Doesn't have powerful demigod abilities. This
I mean,
whole movie is basically completely made up.
yeah, I mean, okay, that's not the problem with this film. The problem is the overwritten dialogue, the fact that the characters speak like the characters do shit that's out of character for them from the first movie, and then they have like dialogue that goes on for too fucking long.
Characters to service the narrative of these new stories is acceptable in my opinion.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that when we get to the next when we get to the last movie in this video.
As long as you do it right.
Okay. What's your opinion on Spider-Man Homecoming?
Alex, you forget.
No, I know that he likes it. That's the problem.
I would have died of a heart attack.
He says it's better than all of the other Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, he's fucking wrong.
If you saw this movie when it was released and you didn't like it,
Hang on, what did he say about Fantastic Four?
If I got mad every time something was different, I would have died of a heart attack back when I saw Fantastic Four.
I mean, like, I gotta be perfectly frank with you, the original Fantastic Four comics aren't all that great. And the fact that they keep trying to make more Fantastic Four stuff is like, eh. Like, they're not...
Alex,
they're great characters, they're awesome concepts, but it's like some of the shit that they try to do with them is fucking stupid. I don't know.
Anyway.
What were you gonna say, Kevin?
Nah, I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna say let's keep going because.
You saw this movie when it was released and you didn't like it.
It is interesting though to see the difference in the way these films were made, but this film, Iron Man 3, was not shot on 35mm to my knowledge. I believe it was shot digitally.
I implore you to revisit it. I swear it's probably better than you remember. These movies are usually predictable and corny, and this is the first Marvel sequel that decided to go in a completely new direction.
It subverted my expectations. It broke new ground.
And I totally respect it for that. Even if everything doesn't work, it's still fun to watch the entire way through. So 8 out of 10.
That's the same rating he gave the Avengers.
Yep.
A pleasant surprise.
Yeah, so, yeah, if anybody wants to know why this film looks so dramatically different to, like, Iron Man 1 and, the other films, like Fantastic Four, etc., this is because it was shot on Arri Alexa cameras. All digitally.
Honestly, I hate working here. They are so weird.
So that was pretty great.
Uh-huh.
Phase 2? Oh.
So, the moment they start introducing standard Hollywood bullshit from standard Hollywood people, standard Hollywood writers, and standard Hollywood directors, Marcus starts to like the MCU. Once the flaws start getting introduced that will eventually spell the MCU's downfall, Marcus starts to like the films more.
This just goes to show how poor his taste in movies are overall.
Your critiques are poor, Marcus. I have lost all respect. Oh, that's a lie. I never had any respect for you as a reviewer to begin with.
Off to a pretty good start. All right. So what do we have to watch next? Let's look.
It's Thor: The Dark World, a much, I can't say much better film. It's not with a straight face.
Thor 2 is so...
It's better in different ways, but it's also not good. It's not bad, okay? I have to say it's not bad. It's like... I can't remember what I said it was, but it's not that fucking bad.
Now, I know I said in the last video that Thor 1 was
Thor
not
2 is
as
whack.
bad as Thor 2. But now that I really think about it, I do think I was wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm just processing that because that means that he thinks that he thinks that these films are equal in quality, whether he's raising Thor 2 up to meet the level of Thor 1, or if he's bringing Thor 1 back down to Thor 2's level. And just objectively speaking, neither of those is correct. I don't even hate this movie as much as some people do, and I know that it's not fucking...
This one is like 10% better, but that's...
10%? Oh my god, we paused at exactly the right fucking time because yeah, you wasted Christopher fucking Eccleston, one of the greatest British actors of all time. One of the best doctors of all time.
It's not a big compliment. It's effectively the same level of shittiness as Thor 1.
No, it's not. The cinematography is far worse, the editing is shit.
Except you don't have the Dutch angles, so...
Yeah.
As we can clearly see, Alex has lost the ability to form coherent words and is just laughing like a madman. So,
Marcus, are you fucking kidding me? You like the film that has worse cinematography because it has worse cinematography. You fucking kidding me?
Oh, hey, I'll take it. The characters in this movie are absolutely horrible.
Now the answer to the question. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not named Thor or Loki is an insufferable piece of shit.
No. Moving on.
May is still whack. The bad guys are still whack.
I mean, he wants to take over the world. You have to be a little bit whack to do that.
Thor's stupid fucking friends are whack.
Oh.
Hi, Zachary Levi, soon to be Shazam.
Kat Dennings is still not funny.
Kat Dennings has huge tits, though.
Doesn't matter. She's still not funny.
The jokes are just horrible. Every bit of writing in this movie just sucks. Even the normal interactions are awkward.
This movie has one of the most heavily quoted lines in the entire MCU.
I think I'm gonna have the sea bass.
Sea bass, yeah, sea bass is good.
Remind me which one that was.
You must be truly desperate to come to me for help.
Oh, that one. That was the one for the trailer. My bad. Keep going.
Yep. Okay, do you realize that she's, like, distracted and not really thinking about what she's doing right now?
She's distracted.
And this is a
she's
decent
distracted by,
method of describing that.
She's distracted by Chris Hemsworth's abs, as well as his ass.
I swear, you could watch this movie with the audio turned off, and you would still know what's happening. That's how worthless the script is. Nothing in this movie really matters that much. Thor's mom dies, which doesn't really matter because I don't think Thor even says 2 words to the lady. Oh no. He's so sad. I guess I should mention some good things.
I would think it'd be kind of a big deal for Thor or his mother to have died.
That's
And keep in
you
mind,
emotionally stunted fuck.
And keep in mind, Thor is still not over this by Avengers Endgame because he shows up. Because when he shows up to extract the ether from Jane, he has to realize and cope with the fact that he's now having to witness his mother go off to die.
Yeah.
The effects are good.
When they had that heart to heart.
You're gonna talk about the effects are okay.
I like this scene where Loki turns into Captain America.
Yeah, that's a really good scene. This is one of the best scenes in the entire MCU.
Oh, it did a deleted scene. Loki.
Oh yeah, that was the guide.
Tom Hiddleston himself is seen wearing that
Yeah,
fucking suit.
that was the guide footage that they showed to Chris Evans so that he could imitate how Loki would do that.
This is kind of a backhanded compliment, but I think Anthony Hopkins is hilarious in this movie. Like, he just keeps screaming in every scene that he's in, and it just...
Tell me you don't know anything about Shakespearean drama without telling me you don't know anything about Shakespearean drama. Additionally,
Clearly.
Tell me that you haven't seen Transformers The Last Night without telling me. Actually, I don't know if he's seen that or not. Frankly,
sure
I
he
wouldn't
has.
blame him if he hasn't. But if you want to talk unintentionally hilarious Anthony Hopkins performances, go watch Transformers The Last Night. It's the only reason to watch that film if you don't want to get a seizure.
It just makes me laugh every time.
Your birthright was to die as many as are needed.
He's enraged. Oh, Alex, he has seen The Last Night. He has a 30-minute video on it.
Okay, then.
Anyway,
Let's keep
say
going.
anything else about this movie. It is that mediocre. There's nothing to make fun of.
You could at least bring up the fact that this was something that Chris Hemsworth did on set that they decided to insert into the film anyways because the director thought it was fun.
Hanger was worthy of Mjolnir.
This is a great little shot. Thor is just going, yeah, I'm just gonna put it right here.
He's just gonna put it right here. Boat rack doesn't collapse.
Zoom in on Kat Dennings for some reason.
Are at their worst when they are forgettable. I just watched this movie and I legitimately don't remember anything about it.
You didn't even bring up the fucking Infinity Stone.
Oh, and then there's also the fact that Loki took over Asgard, and there was still that mystery of where was Odin. And after the events of this movie,
Hang on. He likes Ragnarok, and this movie directly leads into Ragnarok. How can you like Ragnarok and not know? Actually, hang on.
How are we remembering the fact that this film has actual consequences in the narrative?
Hang on. He likes Ragnarok, and he hadn't seen this film before watching Ragnarok.
Oh.
If we could just play, if I do like a highlights reel of this video, I'm going to edit in like the dial-up sound effect as I zoom in on my avatar here. There's like,
this is the weakest movie in Phase 2, and it's one of the worst movies in the entire MCU.
And yet you gave it a higher rating than the films that you complained about in Phase 1.
Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2,
one of the worst films in the MCU. It's not even in the top 5 worst films of the MCU. It's not even
anymore,
in the,
at least.
Yeah, even for the time. No, I'd say even for the time this released, I'd say that like let's see. So Iron Man. So generally speaking, though, well, I'd say that if we're talking about stuff that have been released around the time of up to Infinity War, right? Oh, God damn it! Yeah. That means I can't count Captain Marvel. Never mind.
5 out of 10,
anyway, keep going.
4 out of 10. I don't know.
Pick a fucking number. Do a 4.5.
4 out of 10.
You do realize decimals are a thing, right, Marcus? Are you that fucking stupid?
It sucks.
You probably are.
In the last video, I had this really funny joke that I was gonna make. You know how
you're not funny.
One, how Bucky like tries to hit on Peggy, but then like Peggy doesn't really care.
Marcus,
when was this?
Tinfoil stays on if you just tinfoil stays on.
Yeah.
You don't need to need to tape it. In fact, if you did need to tape it, you could use one piece.
And she likes Steve Rogers instead.
No, that is not what that scene was conveying, Marcus. I don't know where you got that idea.
I was gonna make a joke in the last video about that. How they should call him Cucky Barnes.
No. No, that's not funny. That's not remotely
This
funny. If anyone,
isn't funny!
Because he gets cucked by
Okay, so no, he was never in a relation. Cuckolding requires there to have been a relationship possibility. There was no
There
chance of a
wasn't.
relationship forming between Peggy and Bucky.
Steve.
And that ship would have been called Pucky, by the way. Or Beggy. Both of those are stupid.
I don't know, it seemed funny at the time. Who the hell is Cucky? Now I know.
I have to use the restroom. That joke is terrible.
Yes, it is. Anyway, I'll continue.
I know a lot of people like this movie, and when I first saw it, I did not like it that much. But granted, I was kind of being an
Marcus, you're usually an asshole, so why should this be any different?
asshole. This movie is pretty good.
I'll put it on the list.
Okay, we're off to a somewhat decent start, but let's see how this
People
goes.
like this movie a lot because they say it's a cool.
Yeah, I was
gritty
gonna
spy
say, let's see
thriller.
how he
But when I
fucks
watched
this
it,
up.
I just saw a corny comic book movie. Like it's
What?
really the same as all the other ones. There's a lot
You
of corny
have
shit
no
in this
brain.
movie. This
No thoughts, only vibes, Marcus.
No. Oh, what he has is the stupid cell in his head. The stupid cell is the only thing that he's got. Every other
Yeah.
brain cell died of alcohol poisoning. Which is a morbid thought to think about, but given his Twitter opinions, it's no surprise.
movie has a supercomputer that is fueled by the brain of a Nazi super scientist.
Right.
No,
also-
no, fucking no. It's not a supercomputer. Arnim Zola is an AI at this point. He is a program.
It's a backup of his brain.
Yeah, it's not something that program. It's part of the algorithm. The algorithm being and what dictates it's the threats that Hydra is to go after.
Not to mention, if you're gonna complain about something like this, keep in mind, this was part of the comic.
Yes, literally part of the comic.
Why does your supercomputer have a German accent?
Because it's Zola!
Because Zola started as a man, and then he became a robot.
And
you were supposed to be aware of this.
Arnim Zola is German.
Yeah. If they put my brain
Nazi
into a
party.
robot and recreated my voice, I'd sound like this. I wouldn't sound like this, except when my AI recreation was attempting to sound like this. Okay? You got it? Okay. So,
Good.
The point of this was to recreate Arnim Zola as he was in life, and then, yeah, they did that.
You built
and then they hijacked S.H.I.E.L.D.
And you gave it a German accent. Like, you went out of your way to do that.
Okay, like, it's his voice, though.
This movie has a scene where Nick Fury uses a lightsaber to cut.
That is not a lightsaber, that is a miniature cutting torch. That is a... those exist in real life, but they're not that small.
Put a hole in the ground, Bugs Bunny style, in order to run away from a 90-year-old cyborg assassin.
Who happens to be on the super soldier serum and have cybernetic augmentations, and, you know, escaping into the sewer systems is probably a great way to evade him.
This movie's just corny as hell, but
I'm going to need you to qualify that statement, Marcus.
honestly,
Alex, you know he never does.
I know.
Like, it doesn't take itself too seriously. This stuff is...
I mean, like, it doesn't take itself too seriously, except the fact that it presents all of this comic book stuff that you say is so corny as a, you know, as completely serious. Did you miss that, Marcus? Have we completely forgotten what that
And
means.
Is sort of tongue in
and
cheek.
did they
So hey,
did they did they forget did he forget that Robert Redford was in this movie?
Yeah, one of the greatest actors of all time.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake, man.
I don't mind. However, while I do like this movie and I think it's pretty solid, there's a lot of things I still don't like about it.
Okay, please explain that to me, because I have a feeling that they're all going to be dog
I
shit.
feel like I say that in every one of these reviews.
Yes,
I really
you
can't
do.
help it. They're all the same.
You
The main
literally
thing
can, and no, they're
I
not.
hate, and this is probably my biggest hatred that I have for anything in the MCU, but I hate that Captain America meets with Peggy when she's old.
Why? Why? Fucking why? Why is that a problem?
Marcus, I'm going to ask you to watch a little movie called Highlander. One of the most
Oh,
beautiful scenes in that entire movie is
fucking
based
hate
around
that too.
that. No, I have a feeling he would, but I just want to show him that, because it's one of my favorite movies, and if he hates it, I'll be completely I'll be completely satisfied that I've got good taste.
Remember how I said I love the ending of the first Captain?
No, I don't remember how you said that. I remember. Now, granted, I have had some weird pronunciations in some of my videos as well. But here's the thing, I at least try.
Captain America movie. That was like the only redeeming factor of that movie in my.
You can't just add, in my opinion, to the end of that sentence and come off scot-free, Marcus.
Their relationship and that ending is completely
Are you going to complain about the CGI on her face clipping into her hair? No?
ruined by having him hanging out with her in the future.
That's going to have to be incredibly heavily qualified, because that is not true. That is
Alex,
right up there.
Alex,
Kevin, that is right up there with Mike Sokolasa saying that Yoda shouldn't be using a fucking lightsaber. Him meeting up with
Alex,
somebody who was his age back then and seeing that she's older than him now, that's part of the fucking point of the goddamn film.
Yeah, and then the fact that
He's a man out of time. One of the best Captain
and
America comics of all time is called Captain
then-
America: Man Out of Time.
And then 2 years later, Cap ends up receiving a text finding out that she died in her sleep, and being the pallbearer at her funeral. Well,
That would have no impact if we didn't see them.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna move on.
Storytelling perspective.
Well, I am thinking about it from a storytelling perspective, because I am a storyteller, Marcus.
Captain America
As am I.
And everybody that he knows is dead. The girl
No, it's not that everybody that he knows was dead. It's that it's that the whole world has changed.
Yeah, the whole world changed.
Oh.
And most of his allies are either dead or retired. And Peggy had not only become one of the founding members of Shield, but now she's quite elderly.
She lived a whole life without him, because he was gone. Everyone thought he was dead.
The girl that he loves is dead, and then Bucky shows up. It makes his relationship with Bucky a lot stronger.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change it at all.
Also, the effect on her looks like shit. Stop.
Okay, thank you for complaining about... Actually, hang on.
CGI on people's faces. It looks weird. It never looks natural at all.
Hang on. I just watched this on fucking Blu-ray not that long ago with you guys. The effect looked way better on that. Like, Tony's face wasn't... Are you fucking with the video again, Marcus? Because I feel like you're fucking with the video. Because I know that there's shit where they...
Never mind, Alex. They also had actual, visual reference for young Robert Downey Jr.
As opposed to having to, like, digitally age somebody, yeah.
They aged up, what's his face? The guy who plays Howard Stark.
Yeah.
In here. Because he's normally not that old.
Yeah.
The thing I hate about this is that it makes Steve Rogers look really fucking creepy.
Ow!
Yeah.
and Peggy's relationship was part of the focus of Captain America, the first Avenger, and then he
Oh,
goes to see her
Kevin, you
again.
forgot that he doesn't like that movie.
Okay, let me make a comparison to a show I'm sure he likes. In the season 1 finale of Justice League, in Savage Time, Wonder Woman ends up meeting Steve Trevor, or there, where they have a bit of a thing going on. And then when she returns to the future, she goes to a retirement home and sees him, and he vividly remembers her, even calling her Angel like he did back then. And it was one of the best scenes and in that show.
Mm-hmm.
And it's essentially pretty much the same thing. So is Diana creepy for going to see somebody who aged up since World War II?
I have to wonder if he's seen the 1989 Captain America, or 1990 something, I don't remember when it came out, that direct-to-video, the one produced by the Cannon Group, with, Matt Salinger as Captain America. I wonder if he's seen that.
Not
I'm
only
sure
does he
he
seem
has.
creepy by having a crush on a deteriorating old
He's not still...
woman with Alzheimer's, he looks extra creepy by trying to fuck her niece.
Okay, I you know what? No, fuck you, I don't care.
Right after the funeral in the next movie. If
That's a Civil War complaint. Save it for that film.
already
And
dead when he woke up,
and keep in mind, Steve already was already acquainted with Sharon in Winter Soldier.
Yeah, she was his
Like
fucking bodyguard.
they already knew each other beforehand.
Yeah, for all
And
you know,
so
they might have actually... They were probably... fuck, I don't want to write the movie for them, but goddamn, they were already acquainted by that point. Come on.
yeah, and at the very least, by Civil War, or if they wanted to go that route, they actually could.
And
But
then they
because
didn't
they
do
actually
anything
had
with
some
that, but, you
history.
know.
I know, that's one of the disappointing aspects about it. I get that. And it's like, yeah, they could have actually gone on either with her or with Natasha, but no.
They went with neither.
Yeah.
He and Sharon Carter are married in the fucking comic.
Oh,
this would have
anyway.
been way less creepy.
It's not that it's creepy, it's just that it didn't make any fucking sense.
Also, this is probably a good time to talk about another thing I wanted to mention in the last video. I
think this is a
like Black Widow.
Why? What? How?
I
You didn't
understand it.
even bring
I
her up.
understand them. Okay, so
If you didn't like the
I
movie, I could understand that, but they're fucking
Yeah.
god.
okay. So one thing I noticed, I think this is a Mega Man X sound variant of Captain America's theme from Marvel vs. Capcom.
Huh.
That's been playing in the
That's
background.
cool.
And yeah, of course Marcus isn't gonna really explain why he doesn't like Black Widow. His opinions feel like the opinions of
A
the
small
people on social
child.
media. Like the people, like everybody who's ever had a mainstream opinion, he just says the exact same things, only he pretends to be a contrarian from time to time.
I don't know. Maybe.
Scarlett Johansson is in like every one of the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies.
No, she's not.
And she's in this one the most. And I
Yes, because... Oh my god. I don't even want to bother.
Because she's an agent.
Yeah, she's an agent of
Because she's
S.H.I.E.L.D. She and Captain America are very heavily acquainted in the comics. At one point in time, in one of the most popular films in the entire Marvel Animated Features lineup, they had a kid together who became the next Captain America.
suffers from the fake strong female character syndrome.
Okay, but she's like a super spy, a master assassin with gadgets and several fucking black belts.
Red Letter Media describes this problem pretty well.
Here's this character, you know, they were
I gotta pause because Red Letter Media does copyright claims on videos all the time.
By every agency on the planet.
No, she was very specifically trained by the KGB in the Red Room. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Were ex-KGB, CIA. She jumps on the
Okay.
of a train and then flips off the side, kicks through the window.
She's not kicking through a window here.
Fights 15 guys and then flies into the...
Okay, I don't... This fight scene isn't put together the best, but it is a really good fight scene, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Like, I can believe that what's happening is happening.
The control booth of the train, all in kind of sped up.
You could have... Why are you pulling it from this fucking video?
Hey, Hey, Sonic, we're watching. Playing Cosmonaut Marcus be a dumbass.
This is not a
Join us in...
She is not a real person.
Yeah,
She very much is a character and a real person. Just because you're not paying attention, that doesn't mean that it's not true.
She has a checkered past. She has a checkered past that is talked about throughout her entire existence in the MCU. So she's trying to constantly make up for it by doing various good deeds, even if
they
those
kind of
end up going to waste.
Yeah, they kind of go into that in detail in a little thing called the Avengers.
And then, of course, it ultimately ends up culminating in her sacrificing herself for the Soul Stone, so that way Clint Barton would still have some semblance of hope of reuniting with his family, even if he doesn't believe he'll ever have that hope.
Right. She sacrificed herself to save her own family.
Yes, exactly. That's the character arc that Natasha Romanoff goes through. And unfortunately, it's a shame that we don't get to see her actual movie until long after she's dead.
Yeah.
Which that's a problem of the MCU as a whole,
yeah, that film creates so many fucking plot holes and so many things.
Yep, anyway, continue.
She says is either sassy, snarky confidence, or
Can't wait to
something like
open
sexual.
find out that later.
Except for that whole thing where she was talking about her history with Hawkeye and how the two of them are like family. He's the only family she's got. The shit where she's talking about how like, you know, don't beat yourself up too much about the bad shit you did under mind control. I got a lot of black in my ledger too, and I'm trying to rub it out. That kind of thing. All of that, putting aside also the fact that, you know, Black Widow is a sexy, flirty kind of character.
Yeah, that's part of her shtick.
That tells us anything about her personality.
That's just not true.
That's disingenuous.
Oh my god, who writes this lady's dialogue? Oh, and on to the...
And keep in mind, when Natasha was trying to get something out of Loki, he was able to go pretty much unsettle her with how easily he understood her through his interactions with Barton.
Yeah.
That that showed us that she was afraid for what Loki would use Barton for. Alright, so that showcases to us that she was deeply worried for him and about him.
Not a real person. Everything that she says is either sassy, snarky confidence, or something like sexual and weird. She has no dialogue in
No, that's Brie Larson's character in this universe, but you praise the shit out of her. I know that for a fact.
Oh, he does. Oh, that's not good.
Anything about her personality.
Soviet slug, no rifling. Bye-bye bikinis.
Yeah, you completely removed the fucking context to that scene. That line works perfectly fine in context.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
who writes this lady's dialogue? Oh, and on to the subject of Marvel characters that I do not like. I hate Falcon.
If he said this after Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I could totally
Go
understand
fuck
it.
yourself, Marcus!
But that
Falcon's
show
one of the
didn't
best
come out
characters
yet.
in this movie!
This movie introduces Sam Wilson, aka the Falcon, aka nobody's favorite superhero.
Bull fucking shit! And a lot of people loved him!
Falcon has been in many, many fucking cartoons over the years. Falcon has been in a lot of team-ups over the years. Falcon is not a minor character by any stretch of the imagination, and the fact that they brought him in here is very important.
I don't have a big.
I thought it was cool!
Yeah.
I don't like him.
You don't have a well-thought-out reason for anything, Marcus.
I just don't like him. He's whack and he shows up all the time.
He's whack and he shows up all the time. Oh.
And I can't stand him. I don't like Black Widow, but at least I get to see her do cool fight scenes.
You were complaining about the fight scenes earlier, and now what?
She also has other enjoyable qualities. Falcon just flies around.
I swear, we're gonna get copyright claimed by Britney Spears.
Please stop.
Says dumb shit. I feel like the characters in the movie don't even like him.
I want the Falcon.
Thanks,
I know.
I'm not thinking that thing.
His name is Red Wing.
I'm still not thinking it.
Anyway, those are my dumb nitpicks, so let's talk about why I actually like
Yeah,
it.
those are dumb
First of all,
nitpicks.
the script
Actually, you know what? No, nitpicks are accurate criticisms that amount to nothing.
is actually really solid in this movie. I have no problem with the writing at all. And if I say that about
Except for the parts where you said you had problems with the writing.
Yeah.
I mean it, okay? With most of these movies, you have to try to avoid cringing every time you hear a joke.
Okay, so now notice that they're having like a little meet cute and bonding before the reveal that Sharon is Peggy's niece.
Any line of dialogue whatsoever.
Fun fact, the two of them were originally sisters, but then they, you know, one of them stopped aging and the other one didn't.
This movie doesn't have that problem.
That's not a comment on... That's not a weird thing that happened in comics because of weird comic book shit. That's a weird thing that happened in comics because of weird writing shit. Like, over time, they wanted Sharon to be, like, more a present character and Peggy to be a more past character.
It's pretty...
And then rather than doing what they do with all the other characters and just pretending that they're not the age that they would be in real time, they just, yeah.
Solid. Actually, I take it back. There are a few awkward lines.
So weird.
I told you, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't negotiate.
That
There's
is not an
contact.
awkward line.
Who are you talking to?
The other hostages. You cut out the scene of them talking earlier.
That man is dead. One thing I will praise the Captain America trilogy for is that it's an actual trilogy.
No, it's not. There are no... Okay, this is something that I keep repeating, and it's still true. There are no trilogies in the MCU. Because these films do not work if you watch them each individually. Except for maybe you could watch Iron Man 1 and 2 together, and then watch Incredible Hulk afterwards. But, like, that's where it ends. You can't watch Avengers 1 and then Age of Ultron and then Infinity War and then Endgame and not miss a bunch of shit. Same goes for this.
All three of the movies are connected.
Not enough.
To the Iron Man trilogy or the
I can compare this to the Iron Man trilogy because the Iron Man trilogy has first two films that are actually connected, and the next one doesn't work except as a sequel.
Thor trilogy.
The Thor trilogy. Okay, so I mean, this is the same fucking thing. Nothing works except as a sequel after the fucking Avengers. Oh my god.
Those movies barely have anything to do with one another.
Yeah, no, the constant fucking power struggle in Asgard, or the linking. You like Ragnarok. Thor 2 leads directly into Ragnarok. You could pretty much just watch, you could watch Thor 2 and Ragnarok together as a double feature. Fuck's sake.
But the Captain America movies all flow well together, and I
No, they don't, because it completely skips over all the shit that Steve went through in fucking Winter Soldier and how... Sorry, in the fucking Avengers, and how he met up with some of the supporting cast, and blah, blah, blah.
like that. Also, real quick, there's one thing that I noticed, and I think I'm the only one who pieced this together. This movie is entirely ripped off from Metal Gear Solid. This isn't wishful thinking. I'm not making this up. It's not even
Yes,
a
it
bad
is.
thing. Noticing this has actually made me like the movie a lot more.
I'm a Metal Gear Solid fan. Please explain yourself.
So let's list just a few things that I noticed. Cyborg assassin with a hidden connection to the main character.
Okay, that is incredibly vague in terms of connections.
Gray Fox had a connection to Naomi because he was her brother.
Yeah, well, he was also friends with Snake, but here's the thing. And Gray Fox also, Gray Fox was an enemy before he was an enemy to Snake before he became a cyborg, because they were on two different sides of the war. Gray Fox also didn't have his brain erased like Bucky did.
He wasn't a Manchurian candidate.
Yeah. Oh my god, CQC is not a new thing.
No.
Metal Gear Solid 5 did not come out at this time.
Nope.
You just used a completely unrelated clip. For all you know, it was inspired by the Winter Soldier because because Kojima's a fucking Westaboo.
Scene with our hero fighting a bunch of dudes in an elevator.
Yeah, except these guys aren't invisible. This is a completely different kind of elevator, and
Steve isn't unloading a bunch of lead into their craniums.
Yeah, Steve didn't have his fucking weapons on him at this point. The shield was the only thing he had.
Entire first mission on a boat with Russian pirates.
No,
That's
those
Metal
weren't
Gear Solid
Russian
2.
pirates. Hang on, those weren't Russian pirates. Those
Yeah,
were
they were
fucking mercenaries.
Yeah, and led by Batroc the Leaper.
Batroc the Leaper, I believe he's French, isn't he?
Yeah, supposed to be French.
It was a team of French mercenaries, not Russians.
Who surprisingly didn't surrender at the first sign of trouble.
A secret society of corrupted government officials.
Okay, that kind of, but not really. I mean, like they're various.
He has no idea how much the MCU...
This is incredibly broad. This is as broad as you can fucking be. And then fucking hell.
The twist of Hydra controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. is the only reason why they could use the government being the bad guys in this movie.
I mean, the Winter Soldier story arc came out in 2005, and granted, you can say
yeah, but I'm talking in film, not in comic book format.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying that, like you could say that it was possibly inspired by Metal Gear, but this is like saying, hey, this is a Metal Gear did it level scenario. This is a, hang on, dare I say that? This is a John scenario.
Oh my god. Anyway.
This goofy Revengeance shit. Revengeance came out after this, didn't it?
No, Revengeance came out before.
Oh, yeah, it was 2013.
Revengeance came out 2013, this came out 2014.
Oh, whatever. Captain America doing shit like that is part of his fucking character. Hell, he did this in the first movie. He's a goddamn acrobat.
And also keep in mind, Steve didn't cut down this aircraft. He uses his shield, whereas Raiden uses a sword.
Yeah, literally opposites. And this is something that Cap does in the comics all the time. I should know because I've read the entire original Jack Kirby run of Captain America.
Now, yeah, maybe I'm just imagining it, but judging by how these guys are...
Yes, you're imagining just about everything.
Huge nerds, I want to at least believe that one of these is intentional.
Most of this was pulled from the fucking comic. Tell the comic people this.
This movie's just exciting. I usually don't like spy movies at all, but this...
Oh my god, that says so much about this man.
Shit is actually pretty interesting. When these movies are bad, it's usually because they have bad pacing and they get boring and
okay, bad pacing and get boring. That's not phase one.
Stuff, but this movie doesn't have that problem. It's just solid. It's just a solid as hell movie.
Except for all the things you complained
8
about.
out of 10. This one's
Okay, I can see rating this higher than the first Avenger, but this is the same rating you gave the Avengers.
hard to complain about.
And Iron Man 3.
Yeah, so the next one's Guardians of the Galaxy. It's good. You already know that.
Yeah. Hey.
And we're gonna get copyright takedown.
Yeah.
By saying this.
If we were on YouTube, we'd already be gone.
Yep. Oh, how much of this is gonna have to be muted?
This is probably one of the best MCU
I'll
movies
just
ever made. I think it's one of
I'll
the
just
best
keep
comic
flashing the
movies
hot
ever
dog
made.
on
That's
screen.
just me. You can show this
No, you
to anybody and they can have a good time.
Hang on. This is one of the
we've got
best
more.
comic book movies ever made, and yet you've brought up the fact that it has basically nothing to do with the comic. I'm baffled by this.
These movies usually tease out the weird and crazy elements of the Marvel universe, but
This movie takes place in space, Marcus.
movie is what
You're
sold everybody
King
on the
me.
cosmic
Hit.
Marvel element. This is where they started fully shoving Infinity Stone shit in people's faces. And
you fucking, I'm gonna hit the restroom again because Marcus just fucking completely missed. The Infinity Stones were brought up in Age of Ultron. Hang on, Age of Ultron came out after this, but here's the thing. The Infinity Stones were already brought up in fucking Thor 2.
Yeah, and also the Tesseract.
Tesseract
In
and
Avengers.
the goddamn
The Ether.
spear.
Yeah, Loki's scepter, or the Tesseract, the Ether, and now the Power Stone is introduced. Sadly, not the kick-ass fighting game.
instead of just hinting at it. If you ask me, this is when they realized they could get weird with the Marvel movies. When you watch the movies in Phase 1, they're still playing it super safe. But after this point, shit just gets super weird, and
You like it when
No.
it's weird, but at the same
Okay.
time you
So-
don't want it. You complain when it's whack.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm going to need you to
you fucking
explain
hypocrite.
the differences between those two those two things. Also, here's something else that I find really fucking bizarre. They lean into the weird. Previously they were
Now I gotta hit the restroom, I'll be right back.
they were playing it safe. No. Iron Man was a giant risk.
Yeah.
Like it was a somewhat untested director, barely a script, and a star who was a big fucking problem in Hollywood. Like when people say shit like this, they don't understand the context of what's actually going on in these films and what everything is that comes out of it. Like we can talk about this shit all day long. We can talk about how having these dedicated films for characters who are like not exactly mainstream is kind of a risk, because like Iron Man was mainstream enough that he was recognizable, but not a guaranteed moneymaker. Captain America was a guaranteed moneymaker, or I think, because Captain America is one of the most well-known superheroes of all time. Like it's,
And yet Jeremy Scott said that, and nobody gave a shit about Captain America
Jeremy
in one
Scott's
of
a
those Dear
fucking
Marvels
idiot.
videos.
We know that.
Anyway,
really only have good stuff to say about this movie, so get ready. The presentation of this movie is so refreshing. The music from Peter Quill's Walkman framing each scene is something that turns this movie from a fun sci-fi flick to an emotional roller coaster. It could have just had a normal score, but giving a sci-fi movie music from the modern world, it's genius. I don't know
It's not from the modern world, it's literally from the past.
who came up with this.
it's from the 80s.
The music is the
And
only
the
aspect of
70s, yeah.
presentation that's good. The cinematography is good too. My only knock against Winter Soldier is that the movie is shot with like no personality, and that kind of goes for most Marvel movies. There's some actual really good shots in this movie, and the
Okay, this film has some really weird cinematography in it as well, but we're just going to move past that, I suppose.
sequel goes even further than that. I love the first scene.
Yeah,
with
the
Chris
film,
Pratt.
arguably the sequel goes a little too far sometimes.
I want my intros to be action-packed.
Actually, that's just Guardians of the Galaxy 2 in general.
But this scene perfectly shows his personality and the overall tone of the movie. He could easily be listening to his music while fighting off a bunch of space pirates in a shootout, but showing him goofing off and lackadaisically using his rocket boots, kicking these worm rat
That's a
things,
little bit out of
sets the tone
character.
perfectly. This movie does not take itself seriously at all, and that's the key to making the crazy space stuff easy for audiences to swallow. Plus,
Is it? That seems subjective. That seems like you're, that seems like you're completely oversimplifying something that's kind of a complicated subject.
when the movie gets serious, it's unexpected and it hits harder.
No, that actually kind of makes it worse, as we will come to know in future Guardians films.
In fact, that tone shapes every element of the movie. There is, in fact, an ERJB in this movie, but it actually works. The villain
If it works, then it's not... If it works, then it's not a big-lipped alligator moment. I don't remember what he said.
is generic, but the movie uses this to its advantage. Look at
Evil robot Jeff Bridges is what that's supposed to stand for.
I don't fucking care.
a Ridley Scott movie. It
Please don't remind me of Prometheus.
looks like Prometheus. This is on purpose.
Uh,
movie that doesn't take itself too seriously. But when you see the villains, the movie's shot like a movie that's taking itself seriously. And what's amazing about this movie is that it made Guardians of the Galaxy a household name. Everybody in the town knows who Rocket Raccoon is. The best.
Yeah, it's... I just wish they
People
would have
kinda
known
knew
who he was
kinda knew
as
who,
a...
who Rocket was before or this because he was in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Yeah, I wish more people knew about... Because you could have made the Guardians a household name by adapting them accurately.
The thing this movie does is it makes all these characters likable.
I mean, sure, but, like, makes them likable. Were they not likable before?
Anybody
Really
remember that?
Batman?
Anybody remember that time when Star-Lord was actually voiced by Master Chief?
Yeah. Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Go watch it.
Even one of these characters was shitty, this movie would not work. If anything, the only nitpicky problem I have is that Bradley Cooper obviously isn't recording his lines near any of the other actors, and
Really, because me as a voice director, I never had that problem. I pick that shit up all the time. Like, I can tell when something is seriously ADR'd in, and it sounds like shit, but he mostly sounds great. I don't think they're... I'm just saying mostly because I can't recall off the top of my head anything that stood out to me as bad.
and sometimes you can tell. His delivery isn't bad, but sometimes it doesn't match the others tonally. But
That's Rocket, though. Rocket
that's
doesn't
Rocket.
always match the other characters tonally. I mean, that's part of his character. He's
He's a little asshole.
He rolls against the grain
that's a
sometimes.
small thing to complain about, and it only becomes obvious in Guardians 2 and Infinity War.
Then why did you bring it up in this review?
And that's the good thing about this movie. It lets you look past flaws very easily.
Right, except for those giant chunks of deleted scenes that create a big ol'... I won't say hole, more like gap in the plot.
Yeah.
Normally, if a Marvel movie has too many jokes, it can be detrimental. We'll be talking about that in a minute. But here, it works perfectly. This
I don't know
movie's
why
fun,
he flashed Age of Ultron on screen instead of Guardians 2.
Because he
I don't need to
because
go
he
on
hates
about why
Age of
this movie's
Ultron.
good. 9 out of 10. Instant classic.
Yeah, he rates this better than the first Avengers movie, Iron Man 3, and Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
And the first Avenger. The fact that he rates this higher than the first Avenger is personally offensive to me.
Anyway, let's move on to Age of Ultron.
Yeah, that's a good question. You didn't have to. This bit wasn't funny.
Oh, it's time for Age of Ultron now. So yeah, we're going from one of the best Marvel movies to one of the most disappointing ones. It sucks that Age of Ultron is so important to the overall Marvel Cinematic Universe story, because this movie is just really not fun to revisit. The more times you watch this
Please
movie,
explain.
the more you are going to dislike it. This movie is
No.
horrible by
Frankly,
any means. It's not
honestly, frankly, the more I've watched it, the more I've come to like it, but I've also come to dislike more what Disney did to the film.
even really bad.
Hey, it's not.
but it's one of
Hey,
those
at the very least, it helps when you have somebody who likes the movie watching it with you.
Yeah.
Marvel movies. It's kind of bland, and it doesn't.
I
Even
wouldn't
though it
say that
introduced,
it's bland, but
even though it introduces us to Hawkeye's family, a a Vision and Wanda, Pietro,
yeah, it's just
as
a
well.
shame that Peter got fucking wasted in the first movie. And you can
That's a
take that
shame.
either of the two definitions. Actually, there are three definitions,
It
and so you
also
can't take it that way. But
it also gave us some arcs that would be later revisited in Phase 3 films
mm-hmm,
such as Civil War and Thor Ragnarok,
mm-hmm,
even though Ragnarok would not do that very properly.
mm-hmm,
Because keep in mind, you know how Steve Rogers in his dream sequence was told like imagine a world without war or whatnot, and everybody in the room just vanishes.
mm-hmm,
It's meant to kind of convey Ultron's point as though, oh, it's like, yeah, you want to preach about peace, yet you can't ever, lit. You'd be nothing without war.
mm-hmm.
Doesn't really
And
leave you with any last.
and deep down, Steve is kind of jealous about how everybody e- besides him could find a way to live without any means of conflict.
Yeah. He
That's kind of why
he was born of war.
That's why Zemo said that looking at you more closely, I see a little green in those blue eyes of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Because even when Zemo seemingly has nothing, he had way more than Steve did.
Yeah, Zemo's a jackass, but he had things to lose. Cap lost all his shit years ago.
This movie feels way longer than it is due to some really bad pacing issues.
No, it feels way longer than it is because of really bad editing. You'd
Yeah.
know this if you watched the deleted scenes.
And the writing is really hit or miss. Instead of the corny charm of the first Avengers movie, we have dialogue
Avengers does not have corny charm. Avengers is Avengers.
that is just really annoying.
Yes, you can tell that Joss Whedon was not 100% in this film. Part of that was due to creative
Yeah.
problems that started before the film even began.
And this was the
Marvel
film
made
that
his
caused
job a living hell.
and then this was also the film that made Joss Whedon quit social media because
The feminists
people
got
got
on his ass for how he wrote Black Widow.
yeah. He would only get worse later on, as seen with Justice League.
Does he like Justice League?
Probably.
We'll have to see.
For son of Odin, and as long as there is life in my breast, I am running out of things to say.
It really bugs me that
Okay, context.
Context was he was trying to stall out Ultron by sounding big and brave while Vision
Uh-huh.
and got up to him, smacked him with Mjolnir.
Yep.
And Ultron is
If you're
arguably one of
going
the
to
best
pick
parts
any
of the
line of
movie.
dialogue in this film as not being good, pick one that's not this. This one actually made sense.
And another thing, Ultron is arguably one of the best parts of the movie, mostly partially due to James Spader's excellent performance, which I'm
Mm-hmm.
saddened that he doesn't ever reprise. All of Ultron's later appearances in the MCU are voiced by Ross Marquand.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also due to the way that Ultron is characterized as like he is a deeply disturbed kind of person.
Like he's got the worst aspects of both of the people who worked on him.
Yeah. Like how he was in the comics, but unlike with Hank, but not with Hank Pym, but rather Tony Stark and Bruce Banner.
Yep.
Yeah, which is honestly I kind of like. It's kind of like a spin on that.
Yeah, so in a way, Ultron is accurate to his comic book counterpart. It's just, not in the ways that
drew
it
out
was
different
hanging him.
aspects, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Anyway.
so accurate.
That even Ultron is making jokes in this movie.
I'm sure that's gonna be okay. I'm sorry.
Everybody tells the same
That was sarcasm.
kinds of
Yeah.
jokes too. Every character talks the same.
Okay, so allow me to explain for a second here. What happens when people are friends. When they hang around together and they talk a lot, they tend to start sounding kind of similar, and you can trace the etymology of the things that they say. I know you wouldn't know that because you don't have friends, Marcus.
Nobody has to break anything. Clearly, you've never made
Claims to have
It makes the
friends.
characters not unique anymore. Their personalities don't stand out. There's also some weird directorial choices, like
Okay, so the vertical shot there is one thing, but yeah, I'm getting a phone call. Hang on.
I liked how, hold on, let me rewind.
Nobody has to break anything. Clearly, you've never made an omelet.
it makes the characters not unique anymore. Their personalities don't stand out.
This is a very common complaint about the MCU and about Joss Whedon's works. It is also an incorrect complaint, especially with regards to the works that he did for the MCU.
Just love the part where Quicksilver tries to catch Mjolnir, thinking that he could totally lift it, but then he's like,
Yeah.
There's also some weird directorial
This is-
choices, like this bit where they speed up the footage on Scarlet Witch. What kind of
I mean,
amateur shit is that?
That was supposed to make it look really creepy, kind of like, oh, I don't know, a horror movie.
witch.
Like a witch. Have you ever heard of
It's
a
almost
witch?
as if
Creepy shit
almost like
happens.
it's almost like it's in the name, Scarlet Witch.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I also don't like how Joss Whedon drops the titles in his movies. He puts the titles in the weirdest places. I mean, look at the title drop in this movie. It's so unexpected. Even the action direction.
I don't have a problem with where he put the title, to be perfectly frank. I
no, the
don't.
title. No, dropping the title there is fine.
Huh?
It's like after the big act, if after the big opening action scene is all wrapped up, it's time to drop the title, and then we get into the first act of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this random shot that I chose. How does this even work? So Captain America's holding a door on a moving truck. He gets shot in the face, and then he flies straight up while still moving at the same pace of the truck. But the door's down here, even though the hinges are here? What the?
So I'm going to rewind, Marcus. We already saw that.
And then he flies straight.
So look at how the door gets pushed down by the same blast
the door,
that pushed Cap
the door
up.
drops down, and the reason why Steve is pushed up instead of
Back
course,
is because it's because of the way the explosion was angled. He was at the top of the door, and the explosion pushed him up. Granted, him keeping pace with the truck is one thing, but like
Yeah, but here's the thing. That's also due to Steve carrying the same momentum as the truck, because that's how it works.
Oh yeah, that is true.
That
So
is literally how
here's the
basic
point.
momentum works.
So here's the point. Even if this was a complaint, dear fucking God, this is a small one compared to some of the other shit you could talk about.
While still moving at the same pace of the truck.
And yet,
the door's down here.
Tony still built the perfect suit for Steve's ass.
I just want to say that when I slowed down a scene in a movie review, I got things right.
Even though the hinges are here?
Yeah.
What the fuck am I looking at? I don't like nitpicking in Marvel movies because...
Except you
do. Except that nothing you've been doing... most of the accurate criticisms that you've had of this film have been nitpicks.
I could do that all day, and these videos would have been like 2 hours each. The first Avengers movie...
But then
I am left
the
without
long
comment.
Man.
Yeah, then you'd be Long Man, and Long Man bad.
Movie is
Long Man is Mauler Sonic.
And that's why this movie is really weird in
Yep.
comparison.
All right
I'd say
then.
the best parts of this movie are the opening scene with that really cool splash page of all the Avengers.
Yeah, it would have been cooler if this was 16 by
The
9.
scene with all of them at the party. I would
Hang on, that's the scene most people complain about taking too long.
Yeah.
watch a whole movie of the Avengers hanging out and doing nothing important.
I mean, so could I. I'd love to see more of these characters doing, and just, random getting along with their life shit, but, like, there's an economy of scale here. There's an economy of time. Like, not everybody has all the time in the world.
It's really charming. Except
Yeah.
for the fact that Captain America should be able to lift Mjolnir.
Okay, that aged well.
He's lifted it a bunch of times in the comics. He's the most pure-hearted, virtuous dude ever. He's
Yeah, okay.
more virtuous than this bloodthirsty maniac.
That was
So
from
growing.
before, Marcus. That was from
Yeah.
before.
Clearly, he still doesn't believe in character
I
arcs.
also really like that Hawkeye is used
Mhm.
more in this movie. Hawkeye gets a lot of love, and that just makes me so happy. Because
Yeah.
Hawkeye is really cool in the comics, and in the first Avengers movie, he gets shafted pretty hard. He gets possessed for half the movie, and for the rest of it, he just sits on top of a building and he shoots a couple aliens. In this one, he gets a lot more attention.
that's
They
a-
poke fun at the fact that he's the only guy in the
interesting.
team who's basically just a normal dude.
Aside from
Black
Natasha.
Widow is standing right behind him.
And then there's also the fact that Iron Man is also just a normal dude inside
Yeah.
of a suit.
Like, take away the suit and Tony is just a billionaire playboy philanthropist. He doesn't have any powers.
Well, genius billionaire playboy
He doesn't
philanthropist.
really wanna be there. He secretly has a family, and that's something he subtly hints at throughout the movie.
Your own girlfriend won't be able to tell the difference.
Well, I have a girlfriend.
That I can't fix.
Who's that? Girlfriend.
They also tease the fact that he's gonna die from the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Oh, he's flatlining. Call it. Time?
No, I'm gonna live forever.
Teasing him dying even though he doesn't die. What? Marcus, what is wrong with you?
Since this is Joss Whedon we're talking about, most people watching this movie probably assumed he was done for. But yeah, Hawkeye doesn't die, but he does get some of the best dialogue in the whole movie.
Okay, look, the city is flying. We're fighting an army of robots. And I have a bow and arrow.
The second half of this movie is
okay.
really lame, though.
That's actually one of the best scenes in the movie. Hawkeye's speech to Wanda. It actually gets her motivated to get out there and fight.
I agree, but now he's complaining about this scene. When if he thought that the other one was good, I can't fathom why he'd think this would be bad.
He's complaining about the scene that partially sets up of the dynamic that Steve and Tony will have going into Civil War. Alex, I know you hate that movie, but even you have to admit,
man, this section here works whether they're setting that up or not.
Exactly.
This feels like the kind of movie where they tried to shove in as
Hmm.
much stuff as possible, but at the same time, it really doesn't feel
All
like
right.
much is happening in this.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to head out a bit early. It's getting
That's
late.
fine.
I'll see you later, man.
Alright.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, not feeling so well right now.
Well, that's perfectly fair.
When you think about it, it really doesn't make any sense that they have to stay in that house at the middle point of the movie. They're just
Oh, I thought he was talking about the Natasha Bruce bullshit. No, okay, never mind.
They're staying at the house because it's off the record, so Ultron can't just track
The record, off the grid.
right after this, they go back into the city like it's no problem. Why are
Because they have things they need to do there.
you in the house? Like whenever we cut back to
Cosmonaut Marcus must be one of those people who works for Disney. Because people who work for Disney wanted to cut that scene out of the film.
Ultron, he's just murdering
Clearly.
random people, and the Avengers are just chilling in a vacation home.
No,
he
they're
isn't.
chilling at Hawkeye's actual home, and that's not what they're doing. They're
And also, Ultron wasn't even murking anybody in that earlier. Or he only started murking people when Helen cut off the connection, and when Wanda and Pietro turned on him.
Yeah.
Ultron flat out said to Helen, "Scream Eamon, your entire staff dies.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if Ultron wants to kill all the Avengers, like that's his main goal, then why does he kidnap Natasha and leave her in his evil lair?
Bait!
Not only
Marcus.
bait, but because since he is deeply disturbed and no longer having anybody to talk to, he wants someone to speak with.
Uh-huh. It's very simple.
He said,
It's
I'm feeling lonely.
It's part of the movie, which you'd know if you'd just let the movie explain
He
itself.
just leaves her unattended. It's
No, he leaves her in a fucking
not
cell.
like he's luring in the Avengers. He leaves
Except that was literally
her
part
in
of
a
the plan.
completely unrelated location.
Yeah.
You know who saves her? Bruce Banner, not Hulk. Just
Right, What?
regular ass Bruce Banner. He just
Right, so you complaining about Bruce Banner saving the day as regular old Bruce Banner, but you praised Iron Man 3 for having Tony save the day as regular old Tony Stark. Oh no. I think we've gotten into another, hypocrisy loop here, Kevin.
just walks in,
Yep.
gets her out of the cage, and they leave. The final battle
He walks in, gets her out of the cage, and he leaves. That's not what happened in that scene, by the way.
Nope.
But you can oversimplify all you want.
also really doesn't carry that much weight.
They take her out of
Everybody's making jokes.
they take her out of the prison, and then she forces him to turn into Hulk.
You'll never.
Never what? You didn't finish!
Oh, that's
Yeah,
funny.
it's not out of character for Captain America to taunt somebody
In some
a little
scenes, you'll
bit.
hear a joke, and then right after, you'll see carnage.
Although that was
Yeah,
also ADR, so.
Why does Thor fly down to catch these people, and then he flies back up to bring them back on the danger?
Those are different people. Also, the ground is further away and more dangerous.
Flying city. Why?
Yeah.
Like, if he flew them all the way down to the ground, it'd take him a while.
Didn't you drop them off safely at the bottom? I can see
No.
the ground right there.
Yeah, the ground is right there, but the ground is also far away.
I'd be so pissed if I was these guys. Like, thanks a lot, Thor. How did Hulk have
Cosmo, you don't have any sense of distance, do you?
mental fortitude to steal
No.
a plane and fly away in the middle of the battle?
You like Ragnarok. You don't have any excuse to criticize this sequence of the
Nope.
film.
Bruce Banner didn't do that. The Hulk composed himself enough.
Hulk and Banner are the same person. They are two sides of a different coin. And although, you probably think of them as two different entities, they are, in fact, the same guy, deep down. Like, Hulk has access to parts of what Banner does, and Banner can kind of aim Hulk, you know?
Hulk, a nuclear physicist in spare time.
Yeah.
To steal a spaceship
It's not a spaceship, that was a retcon.
A Quinjet.
away at the end of the movie. You guys know I hate nitpicking superhero movies. Like,
Except you do it all the goddamn
Except-
time.
Yeah, except that these two videos have been nothing but nitpicks if you ever had any valid criticisms.
I keep saying these movies all have dumb shit. But when
Okay, but you haven't really bothered explaining much of that. I could cut these videos down to, like, of these videos that we've watched here, these are over, yeah, this is over an hour. We could probably get about 20 minutes of valid criticism out of this at most.
the dumb shit happens over and over, it gets hard to see any of the good stuff.
This is like when fucking I Hate Everything started talking about dumb shit in Joker and didn't explain
This is
himself.
one of those movies where if you stop and think about what you're looking at, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Okay, please apply that to the films that you like.
So 6 out of 10. Some
Lower than the original. I'm not even gonna try and make this calculus.
Oh, and then Oh, and keep in mind, he also rated this higher than the first Avenger. Not the first Avengers, the first
That's
Avenger.
fucking stupid.
Yeah.
the moment you
Now we're gonna
finally
get
wait for
Ant-Man.
it, I'm finally gonna talk about Civil War.
Are you skipping Ant-Man?
Are you...
Oh wait, no, sorry. No, it says Ant-Man is next, actually. Ant-Man is
If you don't complain about the inconsistency of the fucking PIM tech in this film, I was gonna say you've lost all credibility, but he never had any to begin with, so I don't know.
It's whatever. I don't know. It exists.
Okay.
I always meant to get around to watching this one, and it came out on my birthday.
I went to go see the Mario movie, and that wasn't on my birthday, but it didn't come out on my birthday. If a movie came out on my birthday that I was meaning to see, I'd probably go see it.
But I did not want to go see it on my birthday.
Why not? It's a good movie.
Going into this movie, I had, like, one expectation. I just wanted a dumb action comedy.
Why? I don't know why I asked that. He's not going to explain it.
I really like Ant-Man in the comics, but the
Okay, so why wouldn't you want a good movie?
movie isn't that funny, and
Kevin, help me out here. Ant-Man's not funny.
I want you. My days of breaking into places and stealing shit are over. What do you need me to do? I want you to break into a place and steal some shit.
Yeah, that's.
and the movie's not a love letter to the character, so I
Okay.
kind of just didn't get anything I wanted. To start things off, this movie has probably the biggest ERJB of Phase 2, and probably of any of the movies.
No. Also, hi, Darren. I hope your head doesn't get... I hope your body doesn't get shrunken while your head remains roughly the same.
This dude is so hilariously evil for no reason.
He's been using the shrink tech without proper protection. The shit has been getting in his brain and fucking him up. They explained it in the movie.
Yeah. And he's also been willing to make deals with Hydra.
He made deals with fucking Hydra.
I thought we were using.
Yeah, remember them?
What's the difference?
No, really, why aren't you using mice?
I mean, you can only get so far testing things on mice.
This guy's fucking insane, and they give you the weirdest explanation as to why he's crazy. Kate from Lost brings up very briefly that
I'm disappointed that you didn't reference the fact that she was Tariel in The Hobbit, considering you referenced the fact that Liv Tyler was in Lord of the Rings.
shrinking particles are making.
I mean, she was actually a surprisingly good original character for The Hobbit.
Yes. The shrinking particles are making him crazy, yes, because his brain has been exposed to things that... Okay, so do you realize that that fucking with the brain tends to make people get weird?
Yeah.
Like...
And with some people...
So there's an interview with Chris...
Let's also not forget the fact that Lex Luthor in Justice League had a chunk of kryptonite that he's kept around for years, and that thing gives off a very distinct green glow that should not be near anybody without any form of protection.
Now he's radioactive. That can't be good.
And guess what? That gave him cancer.
Yep.
And Batman, and being the smart man that he is, keeps all of his kryptonite in something that's lined with lead. So that way, no radiation can get out. Oh, his utility belt is lined with lead. His cowl is lined with lead.
Uh-huh.
Everything about his suit lined with lead.
Yep. He's a smart man, that Bruce Wayne.
Yep. Darren Cross here, in this comparison, is not nearly as smart as Hank Pym was. As Hank Pym, arrogant and selfish as he may be, at the very least understands the Pym particle. And that it should not, and that he needs something that could protect him before using it on a regular basis. Cross here does not understand that concept, and it's been driving him a little insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
This is seriously never mentioned before, and it's not brought up ever again.
That might have had something to do with the fact that this is the first Ant-Man movie, and at the time you made this video, Ant-Man did not have a sequel yet.
Yeah.
If that's the case, why isn't Hank Pym evil? I mean, he's a little bit of a dick.
You just missed the fucking video, didn't you? The whole movie.
Yeah.
You just didn't watch the fucking movie. This is all I can say at this point, because, like, they literally explained that the Ant-Man helmet is set up so that you don't get your brain fucked with.
Yeah.
But he's not evil. Also, this main villain's thing is that he turns people into boogers. That is the most
No, he turned him into a puddle of cells.
horrifying shit I have ever seen. This movie also suffers from the pointless side characters problem.
You are not dissing the ex-con crew. You are not.
He is dissing the ex-con crew, especially Luis.
I fucking love these guys.
Made an acronym for that.
Yeah,
And this
fucking love Luis. He's one of the best.
Knight doing a really bad Russian accent.
Vista job, yes. No, I have.
It's not worse than David Arbour's, so I can't really say anything.
And not
Also, I could have.
Not Carlos Man. Fucking. I'm gonna move on, or I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
Pretty fucking bad. T.I.
Everybody loves Luis. People complain that he wasn't in the third movie.
I complained when he wasn't in the third movie. It was hurt.
Life depended on it.
The eye is fine.
Real quick,
Him just saying "damn" is not proof that he can't act.
something that's bugged me since this movie came out.
It's like when people say that Owen Wilson can't act and they just play that clip of him saying "wow" or "really creepy."
Is that Hank Pym isn't around more often in the MCU. In the comics,
I mean, yeah, that's a valid criticism. Ant-Man is a fairly important character, and they could have had more. They could have done more with him, but they didn't. But, you know, MCU Phase 1 was a big enough risk as it was.
Hank is really important. They reveal in this movie that Hank Pym has been around the whole time,
Yeah.
just doing his own thing.
And no, not doing his own thing. He was working for the fucking government.
Being a super smart guy.
Yeah, and it's almost as if
he and the Wasp were both government agents.
Where the fuck have you been?
In retirement because his wife disappeared into the quantum realm, and S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to use his shit for bad things.
Yeah.
The film explains this, Marcus. It's not even one of those stupid retcons like Captain Marvel, because this film at least makes some sense.
Hell, well, when Hank talks about when Scott tries to suggest calling in the Avengers for this, Hank just goes off on him, tells him like,
"Did I not just finish explaining to you why we can't do that?"
And not only that, it's like he doesn't want to ever entrust his tech to a Stark.
No.
Because the last time a Stark tried to muddle things with his tech, like, he ended up just quitting S.H.I.E.L.D.
It's in the movie.
The narrative is kind of split between Hank and Scott, and it doesn't work.
No, it's not. It is not split between Hank and Scott.
Because usually the mentor character leaves the story or they die so that the main character can have more time to shine. That doesn't happen. Hank is around the whole time, and Scott really has to share the spotlight with him. Paul Rudd.
This is called having a supporting cast, Marcus.
Yeah.
Wasn't really utilized very well either.
He's the main character of the film. I don't know what else to say about this.
He doesn't really get anything funny to say. He's fun.
He doesn't get anything funny to... Paul Rudd as Ant-Man doesn't get anything funny to say. My days of breaking into places and stealing shit are over. Welcome to Baskin Robbins.
And then there's also this. I don't think he can see me. I can see you. He can see me. Hi, I'm Scott. Did you just say, hi, I'm Scott? I liked his bit with Falcon.
I actually really like him in Civil War, even if he's just there for a cameo.
That's not just a cameo. He's part of the fucking fight scene.
Yeah, he's part of Cap's team.
Fun to watch. These movies are supposed to be about the main hero. They're supposed to sell us on the concept of an Ant-Man.
Right, so the whole training montage he goes through is apparently nothing to you.
Clearly.
I really feel like it didn't do that, so it's just a waste. I love Ant-Man.
Okay, you can feel like it didn't do that all you want, but that doesn't make it true.
In the comics, and I hate that he's kind of a joke in these movies.
He's gonna disintegrate you!
Hang on.
Disintegration
Hang on,
by
you
the
said...
Cure.
Hang on, you said that he doesn't... He's a joke, but he doesn't have enough funny dialogue.
Oh, that dialogue was from, was from Cross.
No, no, no,
It's like
no.
he said...
Oh, he just said... Marcus just said that Ant-Man is a joke in this film, but he doesn't have enough funny dialogue.
That's stupid.
Make that make sense for me, Marcus.
This movie just
Yes, please.
Anyway, I guess it's a 6 out of 10.
He rated it the same as Age of Ultron.
You're rating things higher and higher while complaining about them more. This is very strange. I don't know what your standards are, Marcus.
It's not bad. It's not great. It's just okay. Alright, guys. Well, that was Phase 2. I hope you enjoyed it. Next week, we'll be talking about Phase 3, so I'll see you then.
Next week. How much? We have approximately 11 minutes left of this video.
I'm just kidding.
Why did you do this? Why didn't you
Talk about Civil War.
Why didn't you put Civil War in the Phase 3 video?
You got me there.
Talking.
This is what you
There we
guys
go.
wanted. You wanted me to talk about Civil War.
Yes, because Civil War is something that you should be complaining about, but not for the reasons that you will.
Because for years I've been saying I don't like Civil War. My reasons are probably not what you think they are.
Yes, I remember when I found out what his reasons were, and I was fucking baffled.
And I should probably mention it now.
And keep in mind, I'm a guy who likes Civil War, and I wrote a fucking Taiwanese bootleg plot of Civil War, or just out of as a joke as to why I was convinced Alex here didn't like the movie.
I don't think Civil War is a bad movie.
Hang on. What?
This movie just personally makes me upset because I had really high expectations for it.
Had really high expectations. Okay, I mean, I had decent expectations after having seen BVS.
My expectations were just like, okay. Look,
the Civil
I didn't
War
like
comic is dog shit.
I didn't like the theatrical cut of Batman v Superman, and then I was like, okay, I guess I'll just look forward to Civil War then. And then when me and my friend watched Civil War, we was like, oh, this is awesome.
See, I had
that ended up prompting us to go watch Winter Soldier because as my friend didn't have any context.
So my question about this is that, like, okay, so the Civil War comic was absolute dog shit. It's one of the worst comics in Marvel history because they didn't know what the okay, I was about to call them the Accords. They didn't know what went into the Superhero Registration Act. They didn't know who was on what side sometimes. The bullshit.
At the very least, the Sokovia Accords were more clearly defined.
Yeah, that was a massive improvement.
Even if it is bullshit, it's still more clearly defined than the Superhuman Registration Act.
Yeah. Now, he says that this movie has no stakes. No, that's not strictly speaking true.
Even and after our viewing of it, I was like, yeah, there are some stakes, which are the fact that because of the events of this movie, the heroes are now just permanently splintered, and only a handful of the Avengers get to go back home, but only as under house arrest agreements.
Yeah.
And
Unfortunately,
with Hawkeye and Ant-Man.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that one that never gets paid off. Like the thing here's the thing. I knew, and I explained this in my little rant at the end of the video that we did, but I knew for a fact that they were not going to be able to pay off the shit that they did here. And well,
Time Infinity War rolls around, you realize that the events of Civil War didn't really have any effect on the plot at all.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You can write all of the things that happen in Infinity War to happen without the Avengers being split up.
But the
Like,
thing
they
is,
can be
the
split up.
issue is
They can
that
be split up by any reason, and like anything could have caused them to be in different places when this event happens, and they
yeah,
could
I
have.
get that. It's just, yeah, I get that. You have made that very clear.
Hi, Lex Luthor. Who
And
the fuck is this? Is that Norman Osborn?
what are you talking about?
This guy. Look in the upper left. That looks like Lex Luthor.
Where?
In the upper left of the image. Of the video here. You see that? I don't know who the hell that
Oh,
is.
I think that I don't know who that is.
Yeah. But
Well,
yeah, this is
anyway,
another. But here's the problem. This is another case of even when Marcus is somewhat right, he's massively wrong. And we'll get into why.
The Civil War comic is
And-
the top-selling Marvel comic of all time.
Yeah, that's a big fucking problem.
The effects of that story reach so far that I can't even begin to quantify it.
Yeah, that's actually part of the problem. Because the effects that reach out from the Civil War comic are really fucking bad.
yeah.
Like Civil War is a really shitty comic with a lot of shitty consequences that have stuck around, unfortunately. Most notably, of course, being one of the comics that it spawned. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Civil War 2.
Oh no, I was talking about One More Day, but Civil War 2 is really bad too.
Yeah.
Because people are going to get mad at me for saying that I like Iron Man 3 because they changed things in the comic.
Yeah, we're gonna get real pissed off about this.
But those same people like this movie.
This is a subtweet directed directly at Mauler.
Which kind of shits on the comic, if we're being honest.
I mean, you can't shit on the comic more than the comic shit on the comic, so I don't know.
You might think it's a little strange that I'm judging a comic book movie based on the comic that it takes its material from.
Oh no, I don't think that's strange at all. I think that's perfectly legitimate. You should always be judging the an adaptation based on the source material, because otherwise you will sometimes lose necessary context. Also, I find it really strange that Mr. Fantastic is even able to bleed after being punched, but whatever. Because if you judge something as its own work when it's adapted from something else, you lose the essence of the comparison. And there has to be a comparison here because there is a source material.
Yeah.
If you have the source material and the adaptation on hand, you can compare the two and say, okay, hey, so here are the flaws in this work, here are the flaws in this work, this is how they improved it, this is how they introduced new flaws, etc. Harry Potter is a great example of like, well, this shit doesn't make any sense, this shit doesn't make any sense, this shit doesn't make any sense, why doesn't it make any sense? Oh, right, because they removed things. They removed things that grant context, they removed things that build on the lore, they removed or changed or whatever. And this is why you have to compare this stuff, because otherwise you don't know why. You can, like, for all you know, that flaw was present originally, and they just didn't bother fixing it.
And part of what makes me prefer
when somebody
how
who has when somebody who has a source material that they're working from introduces new flaws, there's no excuse. There really isn't, because you're using your own creativity to ruin somebody else's, essentially.
Right. Now, part of the reason why I kind of prefer how the whole incident that caused the Avengers to be notified of like the Sokovia Accord, or as I felt like was a bit better in the movie than it was in the comics, was mostly because
No, it's
yes,
actually
the
the
Avengers
Avengers.
the Avengers were actually involved in this, and so
It's
so there
not the
were some.
it's not the MCU equivalent of the fucking Paul twins, you know?
Yeah. So
Those
at the very least, when the Avengers are directly told about this, it does affect them in a way.
yeah.
Whereas with the Superhuman Registration Act, it's like, okay, so some randos decided to try to play hero, get popular on social media, and then some guy
Mhm.
just exploded and killed a bunch of people.
Yep.
It'd so I'd be like, so why? So what do you want us to do about it exactly? Because we weren't there, or we were off doing something else. What do you expect us to do? Anyway, let's continue.
Because I usually don't do that. I usually like to judge these as completely separate stories. Because
Yes, much to your detriment
like I said,
as a
if I
critic.
don't, I'll go fucking crazy.
The Fantastic Four being a little bit silly
But
is
when the
something
comic
that'll
is
send you
so
crazy.
much better
Okay.
than the movie,
So much better than the movie. So much better than the movie. Kevin, this is the reason why I wanted to watch this video.
I can see it.
it's hard to ignore. As I said before, this
I mean, you think that Spider-Man Homecoming is good. Your opinion is shit.
is not a bad Marvel movie. In the grand scheme of things, I think it's higher than most of them.
Look, you know that
This
I
is
like.
dog shit.
But I still
You know that I have
very
a bit.
disappointed about it. But let's go ahead and talk about the good
Look,
stuff first. Because
look, Alex. You know that.
Oh, we'll
that
talk
there are
about the good
things
stuff
that
first. We'll be over with this quick.
there's a lot of stuff
Okay, so well, keep in mind,
I really
Alex.
like in this
Thanks.
movie.
You know that I
First
do
off,
kind of like Spider-Man: Homecoming in some regard. Or it's obviously I don't like the fact that it's not entirely consistent with how Spider-Man's characterized in Civil War, or
Oh, they
among
also
other
it's
things.
also it's also oh, not consistent with how the suit is supposed to work.
Right.
I am eternally grateful for this movie
Right.
introducing
Yes, I get
Spider-Man
that.
to the MCU. Because
I will forever hate this film for introducing Spider-Man to the MCU because it meant that we lost The Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Tom Holland's Spider-Man is amazing.
No, he's not.
The first scene with him is so much fun.
Eh.
Every
His accent slipped so many times in this film, I made a drinking game out of it once.
scene with him is so much fun.
No.
Gotta say, that's
Well,
awesome.
I don't know if you've been in a fight before, but there's usually not this much talking.
All right.
Yeah, okay,
Are you
yeah.
sure about
this
that,
is coming.
Sam?
This is coming from you, Sam.
Sorry, my bad.
I love this boy. I love the subtle ways they show us his powers. For
There's no subtlety about this whatsoever, or they're being incredibly heavy-handed about it.
some reason, everybody thinks the first representation of Tom Holland's spider sense is in this scene from Infinity War. But
I mean, it's the first decent representation of
that's
it.
not the case. The first time we see his spider sense is in this scene.
Oh god.
That's a really
No. So that doesn't necessarily mean that that was a spider sense. That could have just been him hearing that. Because you can
Well,
hear
no,
the sound coming from that speaker.
no. Well, no, Alex. Also, keep in mind that whether or not he heard whether or not he heard it, he would have still sensed it regardless with his spider sense.
Well, yeah, he should have. But there were other things in this movie that he should have sensed the spider sense.
clever way to show it. I really like that.
Like that.
This movie sold me on
I still
T'Challa
give
being in the
shit about the stray bullet.
Why would you
in, Chasm.
not be sold on Black Panther? Are you racist, Marcus?
I think he's better in this movie than he is in his own movie.
Oh, you know what? I agree.
In this movie, he's the only guy I'm really rooting for.
That's interesting.
He's like, oh, the Winter Soldier killed my dad? Okay, I'm gonna fucking kill him now. That's just
Okay.
straight savagery. I love that shit.
It's racist to refer to a black man in a cat costume as savage.
Yes.
Also, he's not savage. He is very calculated.
He's both warrior
Yeah.
and king. How long do you think you can
He's surprisingly level-headed for a man out for revenge.
Yeah.
Straight up, if somebody told me that, even if I was Captain America, I would shit my pants. Then it
Captain
No,
America's
I
the
just-
only person who wouldn't shit his pants at that.
Yeah. I would have been like, okay then.
the end of the
Whatever you
movie,
say,
he has this
man.
really nice moment of clarity where he realizes that revenge is not the answer.
Vengeance has consumed you.
That moment was
I'm
after he
sure?
found out that Zemo was playing them,
Yeah.
and he realized maybe he was wrong this whole time, and that he was also a pawn in this game.
Mm-hmm.
He's consuming them. I'm done letting it consume me.
T'Challa is really good in this movie, and it's so.
Yeah, he brought Zemo to justice.
Yeah.
Sold me on him being in this universe. Thirdly, I like the big text that they
That is incredibly superficial.
started using to set each scene. It's just cool looking. That's it.
I think it's
Kevin,
just a it's a
did he
little
complain
neat,
about the
but
title
it's
cards in Batman v Superman? I don't remember. It's been so long since we watched that video.
I think he did. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that, but ultimately, I don't really mind the title cards necessarily
Fine
for,
to
like,
me.
establishment and scenes, so yeah, I didn't really mind the title cards in, like, Batman v Superman when that happened, and it was like, "Okay, so we're here now."
That's it. That's the only reason I like it. Just looks nice.
It'd be
I like that this
hypocritical
movie
for
has
me to
great
complain.
characterization for Tony Stark of all characters. It's a Captain America movie, and the character with the most going on is Iron Man. Go figure. The last thing I like about this movie
That's...
is that it is
Hang on, that's not true.
No, it's like they
That's... Tony and Cap
both
are both on journeys in this.
Yeah. They're yeah, Tony is on a journey of the fact that he's now being forced to deal with the fact that he once more caused a lot of mass destruction, and through his
Instant
creation of Ultron, and
self-destruction.
so he figures and so even though it's flawed, he figures the best way to try to atone for that is to, sign on with the program that makes him accountable for these things.
good ending
Mm-hmm.
for the Captain America trilogy.
This isn't an ending for the trilogy. It's not a trilogy, and it's not an ending.
No.
You're wrong on both
goddamn
counts,
trilogy.
Marcus. You had 2 points, and both of them were wrong.
Yeah.
How do you only have 2 things, and you get both of them wrong?
Starting off his saga with this scene.
You just don't know when to give up, do you?
I can do this all day.
And ending it with this scene.
His story didn't end here.
I could do this all day.
Come on. That's pretty cool. I think
That's not even the ending of the movie. Fuck, that wasn't even the start of the other one.
this movie is a little bit of fun. It has some fun action, and it introduces characters that I do like a lot. But while I don't,
I just love Spider-Man geeking out over the metal arm. He's like, "You have a metal arm? That's so cool."
Yeah.
That
I
would
like it either. So let's talk
that would
about
definitely
all.
be a
First of
young
Yeah.
Spider-Man
all, this
and
movie's
thing.
fucking boring. This
The movie's fucking boring. I would not call that... That is not a valid criticism, my friend.
is like
No.
movies happening at the same time.
4 movies happening at the same... If anything, 4 movies happening at the same time means too much is going on. That is the exact
Yeah.
opposite of boring.
In this movie, we have
Oh, you mean like Batman v Superman, Marcus?
Yeah.
Captain America chasing Bucky.
Okay, so multiple plot threads does not mean multiple movies are happening in one movie.
Bucky dealing with his brainwashing. T'Challa wanting
Oh.
revenge on Bucky. Then we throw Peter Parker into the story, and he doesn't have anything to do with the plot. He's just
Yeah, that's a valid criticism.
there for the fans.
Yeah.
Plot about there being more than one Winter Soldier. I swear, you could trim a half.
You forgot about the plot, even though that's the whole reason that they want to get there instead of just...
Yeah, it's the whole reason why they wanted to go to fucking Siberia.
This... You are not a good movie watcher.
Power off of this movie and tighten up the script. If you just cut this thread and you get rid of Baron Zemo, we don't need one guy pitting the Avengers against each other. The concepts of the
So we don't need the central conflict of the entire movie, Marcus.
Clearly. Yeah, clearly we don't
Do you
need the
just
guy
not
that's
want...
been...
Do you want God's Not Dead? Because that's God's Not Dead. God's Not Dead does not have a central conflict. God's Not Dead is a bunch of disparate plot threads of nonsense that lead to absolutely nothing, and then Kevin Sorbo gets hit by a car.
These two factions disagreeing with
And
each other isn't.
and look, I know you gave Zemo a lot of shit, but the thing is like Zemo was the guy taking advantage of the current situation that he's likely had his eyes on for
Why?
months now.
Hang on, I have to bring this up because this happens every time people criticize Civil War. People criticize Civil War for the wrong way. There are things that are wrong in Civil War that you can criticize and should be fairly easy to pick up on.
And
Why is it?
And your criticism of it, what ended up being entirely valid. Like, why did the
Thank you.
Avengers leave Sokovia uh, after the battle was won, even
Yeah.
though there was likely a bunch of cleanup they should have done?
Yeah, like the kind of cleanup Thor was doing in the Dark World. But seriously, whenever people criticize shit like Captain America: Civil War, Spider-Man: Homecoming, Far From Home, they always pick on the shit. They pick on the wrong shit. They criticize it correctly for the wrong reasons. Marcus is very strange in that he is criticizing the film incorrectly for the wrong reasons as well. Because, like, he is now complaining that there is a central driving force to the plot. And I am not ready for this. I am not fucking ready for somebody complaining that there is... that this... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. Did you pause?
Yeah. No.
Is enough to run the story. We really don't need a supervillain there to be like, I'm going to make them fight each other. Also,
He didn't make them fight each other.
The
or
plot
he just
doesn't
happened...
work if they don't fight.
Yeah, the plot does not work. The whole point of Civil War is that they fight. Right? Zemo essentially gave them more incentive to fight, other than their conflicting ideologies. This is exact. Yeah, and this is kind like Marcus. It's like he doesn't want something to drive them to fight. He would just want them to fight for what? For what?
This is something people complain about BVS. In BVS, they
Yeah.
said that there's not a sane reason for Batman and Superman to fight, and it's like, okay, that's kind of part of the point of why Batman is starting the fight to begin with. But you know,
Yeah, Batman starts the fight and Batman starts the fight. Batman starts the fight. Superman is actively not even trying to bother with him because why would he need to?
If
Oh,
you
Batman and
yeah,
Batman
the
is
funny thing. There are some
Batman is not
interesting
capable of
parallels between BVS and the end of and the Battle of Heroes in Revenge of the Sith, because you can clearly see that like Superman and is kind of batting away most of Batman's attacks, like it's not like he's not actually trying to kill him. He doesn't go for the fucking kill shot when he has many opportunities.
Superman doesn't even go after Batman until he is told to by Lex Luthor. Like Superman, and probably he saw the signal in the sky on the way to rescue Lois, and he's just like, oh, like what's going on over there? Whatever. This is far more important.
so his plan to break up the
And-
Avengers and get them to kill.
And it's like,
I gotta rewind now
like-
because Marcus is about to say something stupid.
okay.
Disagreeing with each other is enough to run the story. We really don't need a supervillain there to be like, I'm going to make them fight each other. Also, his plan to break up the Avengers and get them to kill each other doesn't make any sense. And
Okay, so he's not actually planning to get them to kill each other. He's planning to get them to hate each other. That's Granted, the plan has problems. I'm glad you're criticizing the plan. I look forward to pointing out all the reasons why your criticisms are wrong.
It didn't even work.
And the thing is, it didn't even work, even though the Avengers are currently splintered enough to the point where over
Yeah, they
half of
were.
them are considered criminals now, and
Uh-huh.
are considered wanted criminals now. Oh, and the other half is just like you remember what
One
happened with
half,
Vision
one
and
half is criminals, and the other half is shackled by the government
yeah.
and
So
partially
it
crippled.
yeah. Also partially due to the fact that Wanda and Vision just go off to live somewhere else in peace.
Uh-huh.
Is what and Tony is just pretty much left with a old nearly crippled James Rhodes, who may or may not be a scroll at this point.
We're not
And
going to
he
address that.
uh, and yeah, it's like and Tony is still also extremely bitter towards Steve. Then there's also the fact that Natasha decided to join up with Cap, and now T'Challa is sheltering in Cap and is now was now sheltering Cap and Bucky.
Uh-huh.
So in essence, the event. So in essence, the Avengers were pretty much dead.
He's
Mm-hmm.
like, haha, I really succeeded. You guys are the losers. But you didn't. Nobody died. You're
Nobody
They
died.
weren't supposed to be. His goal was not to kill them. Dear
Killing them.
fucking God.
No. Here's the thing. And his goal was to splinter them. Killing them would have been a plus.
Yeah. Like the goal eh, that would have been a happy
Like it said,
accident if any of them had died.
as he said, an empire toppled from the inside will never recover.
Yeah. Except it did.
It did, but then when two of its
Then
heaviest
then
hitters
Marvel destroyed
are
it.
yeah,
Your goal was to get
it
them to
did, but
kill
then
each
two
other.
of its heaviest hitters are now either retired or in Tony's case dead.
Yeah. That
And
sure was a choice in
is
case of one of them.
Thor is off Thor is
They
off
didn't
world with some little girl while
kill each other. Tony
his waifu died of cancer
and
Yep.
Steve aren't
that they
His
could have wished
waifu lost her
away.
laifu.
Oh, and Peter Parker is now a non-person.
Yeah. Apparently they're working on a Spider-Man 4 where he kind of drifts further and further into the Spider-Man persona. Which I think is neat, because that was a really cool arc in the comics.
I'm actually kind of interested to see where this is gonna go, where that's gonna go, because
Yes.
hey, we'll both have something to talk about now when that
I
happens.
just hope it's
Anyway,
good.
mad at each other at the end of the movie.
it
At
might.
the end of the Civil War
Plus
comics,
the symbiote. Plus there's the
America
fragment of the
dies.
symbiote.
Yeah, or at least shortly afterwards. Well, Captain America also didn't die permanently in that, because comic book characters never die permanently, but you know.
But no, this movie just has a bunch of stupid people doing stupid shit.
Okay, that's the first valid criticism of this film I think you've ever made.
Everybody in this movie is stupid. In case you didn't know, the main conflict of this movie is that the government wants to put limitations on superheroes because of what happened in Sokovia with Ultron.
Okay?
Sokovia with Ultron on the
Accurate
Battle of
representation. Please criticize Thunderbolt Ross.
Okay. Hey, so not only the events of Sokovia, but also the events of New York and in Washington.
People are
And
also kind of
however,
upset about
and then there's Lagos too.
Mm-hmm.
Who just further add more salt into the wound.
some things that happen in this movie, like Scarlet Witch blowing up this little building on accident.
It's a fucking
Unfortunately,
hospital.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Wanda ended up making it a very impulsive and reckless decision, and mostly, yeah, I presume out of, like,
Wanda
fear
has
or worry.
unfortunately made a habit out of that.
Yeah, which would be a detriment to her character that Sam Raimi would actually turn into an opportunity come a Multiverse of Madness.
And I fully look forward to them not paying that off in any way whatsoever.
Will really be more mad at the Avengers in this situation than they would be at the terrorists who tried to kill way more people than that.
I mean, that's a fair criticism, but, you know, people criticize the Marcus, Black Lives Matter is a thing that exists.
Yeah.
Do you
And
remember the
I'm
George
sure
Floyd shit? Okay.
Alex, I'm fairly certain he supports them.
I'm just gonna move on.
This movie, people are mad at the Avengers because they aren't saving literally everyone.
You complained that there weren't enough scenes of them saving people.
And he also Oh, and he also complains about whenever Zack Snyder has to make it sure that, places are abandoned so they can actually so the heroes can actually fight and whatnot.
Oh yeah, well that was a big fucking deal too. I remember when people complained about Batman and saying, I took him to the abandoned part of Gotham Harbor, or because there's nothing out here. People complain when there's shit in the city. People complain when they're fighting somewhere abandoned. There's no fucking winning with these people.
Well, they did
No, there isn't.
They killed Ultron. I don't think you know what.
Actually, I was gonna complain about that. That's not actually that bad.
The word avenge means. Now, yeah, I'll admit, the Ultron incident is kind of the exception to this rule. Ultron was built by Tony Stark, and that...
Ultron was created by Tony Stark. Ultron was not built by Tony Stark. Technically, Ultron built himself. Ultron's brain was created by Tony Stark. At some point in time, it's kind of like creating another human being. The father is not responsible for the sins of the son, nor vice versa.
That's kind of a big mistake. It's not...
It was a mistake, but to be perfectly frank, I can't really say that you can put full responsibility for that on Tony's shoulders, considering Tony isn't responsible for the actions Ultron took once he left the coop, so to speak.
But in the real world, all that would happen is Tony Stark gets arrested for being a
Tony Stark wouldn't be arrested for that.
war criminal. In this war criminal...
Tony Stark is not a war criminal, technically.
In this world,
Steve Rogers is the only one who ended up becoming a war criminal between the two of them.
Yeah.
As pointed out by Peter's gym coach in Spider-Man Homecoming. Pretty sure this guy's a war criminal.
Oh yeah. That I had to look up that guy's name because I didn't know of any other coaches from the comics, so I just used that guy's name as the coach.
Unwarranted.
That makes sense.
Have not done enough wrong in the world yet. You remember that scene where Thunderbolt Ross is trying to convince them that they should sign the Accords by showing them footage of their battles in the other movies?
Yeah, you know what? That's a really good point. I mean, I wish somebody else would have brought that up a couple of years before you did. Raising my hand, go read my Civil War review.
It makes absolutely no sense. I'm gonna go ahead and say what the Avengers should have told him in this scene.
New York.
Yeah, by the way, there was also, I wonder how much collateral damage was caused by that 50 cal when you, shot it at the thing and the bullets bounced off, or you missed.
Oh yeah, aliens from another realm attacked the city. They're trying to get a magic jewel. We literally had nothing to do with the destruction in this movie. In case you don't...
Yeah, and Hulk, by the way, Hulk is your fault. You are responsible. In fact, Thunderbolt Ross is more responsible for the Hulk than Tony could possibly be for Ultron, even though Ultron caused more damage.
Yeah.
Because
but the
Thunderbolt Ross lied about what the fucking serum did.
Yeah, but keep in mind the government still blindly believes Ross's lie.
Oh yeah,
no matter how much of a goddamn screw up he is, or how unhealthy he is, because the dude from what I've read has had a seizure before, and should probably be taken off of active duty in any capacity. No,
This
he's
man,
given full-on secretary
yeah,
position
he is
for
the Secretary of
what?
State, and he, Kevin, in Captain America: Brave New World, he's the president. Now, I'd say that was, I'd say that that's Cap. But Joe Biden is our
Oh
president
my
right now.
fucking god!
No, there were only like 6 of us at the time, and only half of us had superpowers.
Hang on. Steve, Thor.
They let this
Hulk.
colossal fuck up be president of the United States of America.
I would love to know. Yeah, this is apparently based on the plot summary that I saw. Thunderbolt Ross is the president.
Just get the video going.
Nazis infiltrated the government and tried to kill thousands of people with airships that the government built to keep surveillance on the world. This was you.
Yeah, and the instant kill program was also created by you guys.
Who did this one?
And trying to blame Captain America for destroying the system that still would have killed everybody had it been in existing, because it fell on a bunch of Hydra people.
Okay, yeah, that one was our fault.
Kind of. I mean, like, you guys... Where the fuck was Vision?
So look at how Ross says perspective.
Perspective.
Why'd you say that?
I don't trust you, Cosmo. After what you did to Cavill's voice and what you've done to some of the other shit in these 2 videos here, I don't trust you anymore.
In the comics, the event that starts everything is a lot more clear-cut.
I mean, government oversight. No, go fuck yourself. The New Warriors can go fuck themselves.
That they can.
They blow up an entire school. Like 300 kids die.
I wouldn't even necessarily say that was their fault directly, but sure.
Also after Bucky bombs Philadelphia, killing hundreds of people, plus Scarlet Witch went crazy and caused cataclysmic damage to the multiverse.
I mean, there's just more and more reasons why all this shit is stupid.
This is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
No, this is really bad. This comic is fucking terrible.
Now, given everything that we're told in this movie,
just stop trying to recreate The Incredibles.
even if I personally don't think the Accords make sense, this is how things are gonna go. But Steve has no reason to disagree with the Accords.
Okay, well, we already established that you didn't see the Winter Soldier, so I don't know what to say now. At the very least, you didn't understand it.
Steve disagrees with the Accords because the Accords have this problem
Steve, okay, so we are informed of Steve's character throughout the previous 4 appearances of his character. Technically 5 if you count Loki being him. Wherein, his perspective is explored, and then Steve explains things from that informed perspective, where he says, what happens if they ask us to go somewhere we don't want to? What happens if we want to go somewhere we need to go somewhere they won't send us? Like,
exactly.
You explained the fucking Nazis infiltrated the government shit. You should know that this is just like Mahler's ZSJL review. This is bafflingly bad.
The only thing he's really upset about is that he doesn't want the government to tell him where he can go and what he can do.
That's it. Okay.
In all of the movies before this, he is totally fine with following orders. This movie...
It's almost like there was an event that informs his perspective that happened in one of those films previously.
Yeah.
Steve is a fucking maniac for disagreeing with anybody.
What's your definition of maniac?
He is. He's a complete idiot. He doesn't have a reason to disagree with this. He almost signs on once Tony says that they can send Bucky in for psych treatment, but Steve still says no.
Yeah, that's because he's basically keeping Wanda hostage.
This doesn't make any sense at all. Everybody in this movie...
Yeah.
He explains it in this fucking sequence. I'm not even that big of a fan of how they wrote this sequence, but it's not that it's not informed.
Really dumb. Another problem you start
You're really dumb.
to realize with this movie is that there's no tension.
There's
Now
no
we get
tension.
Hydro City Zone.
How is there no tension in this
Or,
film?
I'm sorry,
Hydrosity?
Hydrosity.
We're still friends, right?
Depends on how hard you hit me.
That's a good line.
Never really taken that
It is!
seriously because the characters who did sign on kind of disagree that they're not really going to obey the rules anyway.
Yeah, that kind of tells me that there was problems going into this, and you know, the fact that Tony recruited a 15/13-year-old boy, depending on who you believe.
He's 15.
No, I know he's supposed to be 15.
We're not using fucking Madam Web for our source on this.
Fuck is the point of this story at all? Even Tony, the guy who's really supposed to be fighting for the Accords, isn't obeying them. He brings on Peter Parker to fight with him, and then he's like, okay, go.
This is baffling because on the most of the time the effects look worse on Marcus's videos because shit's like floating around where it seems like it wasn't before. But now it seems like the Spider-Man suit, like the Spider-Man mask, looks a little bit better.
Go on and do Spider-Man stuff now.
Okay.
No, the tracking's still shit. Never mind.
Do so. You're telling me that every time someone does anything
Okay,
in
pause.
other movies...
Pause. Okay, so at that point, when Tony saw that Peter got practically whooped there.
Yeah, he told him to sit out.
Yeah, he's like, no, you're done. And I don't want you getting hurt anymore. And Pete's like, wait, no, I could get up. I can still fight. Okay, never mind. I'm going down. I'm going to sleep now.
Yeah. And, you know, that's out of character for Spider-Man and completely not in line with his powers. But it's in line with Tony. Tony's perfectly in character for that.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, Pete's still a one on young, and he's had his powers for like 6 months at this point. And also, the fact that he just got his ass whooped by Giant Man.
Yeah, Giant Man shouldn't have been able to do that, but...
It's because of the Accords. What about Doctor Strange? Is Doctor Strange...
Yeah, you know, that's actually a valid question.
To be a superhero, does he count? Is he registered with the government?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Nobody's really mad at each other.
Why aren't you bringing up the fact that this is a very stupid shot? Bucky always had his mask on before this.
Yeah. And let's also keep in mind on one thing. Strange wasn't even a hero by the time the Accords came about. He only became a hero after the events of his movie. Plus, what was the government gonna do to stop Strange?
Yeah, that's actually... You know what? That's another good question. He should have brought this up back when Thunderfuck Ross was asking them where Banner and Hulk were. Where it's like, okay, so you remember how the last plan you had to control Bruce Banner didn't work, and how there's no counteractive measures for Thor? You know any of that?
Even then, Tony isn't upset about the Accords. He's upset about his other shit. If you want...
It's almost like at that point, the Accords didn't matter.
I don't even like this sequence of the movie, and he's reading it so wrong, it's baffling and insufferable.
At that point, Tony was focused on being like, you know what, I'm going to help Cap since he was actually right about something.
Yeah, he was focusing on helping Cap and Bucky
and there was a truce.
And then Zemo reveals to him that Bucky killed his parents. Now, here's the
Tony
thing.
Into a frenzy.
You didn't need to have Bucky have the fucking mask off for them to know that that was the Winter Soldier. But they did that because they think we're fucking stupid.
This fight to actually mean something,
Probably,
you have
yeah.
to build the motivations from the very beginning of the story and stick with them.
This movie is bad, and they did that. Yeah. I hate this movie, and I will say, they fucking did that.
If you want to have a story about how Bucky killed Tony's mom, then tell that story.
They did.
Don't worry about all this other
stuff.
It didn't do anything. It doesn't matter.
Nothing anyone can
Feel like
see.
it feel like the way he's critiquing this is actively
Nothing
insulting my intelligence more
matters
so than
to
MCU's Phase 4 and 5 did.
me.
That's basically how the movie goes. I hope by now I've made my point, because this movie
No!
is just messy as hell.
You didn't make any
You
point.
didn't make any points.
You just said a bunch of bullshit, and then you expect us to just take you at face value, even though, oh, you didn't make one singular talking point.
Well, he made a
All
bunch of
you did was
talking points. He just didn't make any
you didn't
fucking
elaborate
points.
them. You didn't elaborate at all. Ugh.
Cover up most of the plot by the end, but the conclusion is so lackluster. But if we're being completely honest, the number one thing that would have made this movie amazing is if it wasn't made. At least.
Well.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Not yet. I personally really believe that this movie would have done so well if it came later.
Well, you know, I can certainly agree with that. They should have built a little bit more and not just dove in headfirst as the start of Phase 3, but here's the thing. They didn't have time to do that.
No.
The contracts were expiring. If they wanted to get this shit done, there was no other way to do it.
Shot here is exactly.
And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying, hey, like, if you wanted to get this done, there was no other place, no other time.
Why? This is just a handful of superheroes and a
Also, you
especially
complaining about
and
speeding up the footage.
when,
They sped up the footage there.
Oh, and especially when certain competition was actually making a movie. That was going to be, you know, competing with this one. So yeah, yeah, they were going to do Civil War. They were going to have to do it the day they did it.
Parking lot, barely fighting each other. Instead of the dozens of heroes all with their own distinct motivations, fighting for a conflict that has been brewing for years, I've been wondering where they could go with the MCU after Infinity War ends. Any more threats from space are gonna seem really lame compared to Thanos.
I mean, that entirely depends on who they are.
Honestly, Infinity War being so good makes this movie look a lot worse.
Yeah, I agree, but not for the same reasons, I think.
I think Civil War would have been a really good follow-up. You could draw upon every conflict that has come.
Civil War as a follow-up to Infinity War, that I don't even know how that would work.
No, it just wouldn't really work at all.
I think this movie just lacks the finality that the comic has. But
the comic didn't have finality either. The comic had to be almost immediately undone. Like there were aspects of the comic that had to be undone, and unfortunately, some of them still haven't been undone.
Now the thing is like I don't think a lot of what would end up happening in Infinity War would happen if the Avengers were, you know, not really splintered the way they were in this movie, since they would be a bit more united and whatnot.
Some of their response times would have changed, I think, but at the same time,
their response time
Cap would have showed up sooner to Wanda and Vision. Like they would have had a response team there. However, that scene, the outcome of that scene wouldn't be much different. In fact, it'd be more. The only reason it'd be more in favor, it'd be more in favor of the heroes slightly there. But that still wouldn't affect the fact, because later on the Earth shit that happens, they basically throw Thunderbolt Ross's fucking scotch back in his face. So,
well, at the very least, the government wouldn't need to have them arrested and whatnot. And they actually have more than just Wakanda fighting with them. They'd actually have a bit more firepower going into it.
Yeah, but I don't know. At the same time, I don't know.
Anyway,
movie, and whenever I said that before, I was mostly shit posting. But
I don't believe
you haven't been
personally don't like it.
Yeah, because he's been shit posting for a bunch of stuff, and I have no, I don't know.
Because I feel like a lot of potential was wasted. I feel like they blew their load way too early. 6 out of 10, don't at me.
I hate you.
Alright guys, well this time...
Are you kidding me?
So that
Look, I get...
low, and that's low for people who like it, and high for people who hate it. So you have done the absolute worst possible thing here.
Oh my god.
This
Look,
is
I like them.
higher
You know
than
you know my personal rating for Civil War, and I'm like you bitched and moaned.
higher
At
than the first
every...
Avenger.
Yeah. I'm like, this is coming from a guy who bitched and moaned almost the entire time, but then and he gives it a somewhat favorable score?
Now, granted, some critics do that. Like Yahtzee Croshaw does that where he says, you know, he winds up recommending games that he gives a lot of shit in his reviews, but that's kind of his thing. Cosmo, I don't know what his thing is, you know?
He just does whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, unfortunately, we're not going to have time for...
Well, we've long manned this, so we'll do like a dramatic reading of our bootleg Captain America Civil War sometime next week, I think.
Took a lot out of me, alright?
Yeah, it took a lot out of me, too.
So give me another week, I'll come back, we'll wrap it all up. It's not as many movies to talk about.
Will you be able to do it without the vocal fry?
Plus, at the end of the next video,
The answer is no.
all the movies from worst to best, so that we can see how they
Okay.
up next to each other. All right, and I gotta clean up my face and like all this mess I made. So
It's not really that much of a mess, but whatever.
Bye.
Anyway,
well,
so we'll see you later today in my time for Doctor Strange.
Yes. Quite a good film. I may sound like I'm getting a bit more vocal fry, but unfortunately I ran out of water about 20 minutes ago. And I have gotten to go get some more, but yeah. Anyways, why Spider-Man Homecoming is the best MCU movie. Oh, no. We're saving that for later. We can do a double feature of that and Spider-Man Lotus. Anyways, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and you know, tell us long man bad in the comments.
Bye.
Bye.